Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's get this party started.
Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Marildia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Milk chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas kneeling strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Whoa, yeah! Woo! Yeah! Courtroom packed and the cameras on. Folks all whispering won't be long. No more smirks and no more lies. Judge looked down with narrowed eyes. Bailiff waiting by the side door. Steel-toed footsteps on the courtroom floor. Whole chat buzzing like the verdict dropped, but the jury room still got them locked. L-wop-bop-bop, hear the cell doors lock. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-wop-bop, L-wop-bop-bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-wop-bop. The rhythm of the L-wop-bop. Mama crying in the second row. Defense still talking, but it's moving slow. State brought receipts and the pressure's steep. Now the whole room barely even breathes. Used to talk big for the TV lights. Now it's long breaks and uneasy nights. Funny how the swagger disappeared before a single word got clear. L-wop-bop-bop, hear the cell doors lock. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop Bop. L-Wop Bop Bop. No appeal gonna save ya. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop Bop. Hey, 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 hey. The L-Wop Bop. Hey, 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 hey. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop Bop. Hey. Case pause, courtroom tense. Hey. Everybody waiting on the consequence. One deep hush through the parking lot to the beat of the L-Wop Bop.
I have officially determined that this boy here, he need the L-Wop Bop. Oh man, I can't wait till we be box on top of him. Like, oh, until he is sentenced and go away. The judge cannot do anything else but the bop. This boy is so damn disturbing, like so disturbing. You know, yesterday after we left off with the information that they had provided about him, I'm like, if they don't hurry up and put him up under the jail cell, no, you don't get to go meet any of the people that you are idolizing. Like, he couldn't idolize somebody that would make him famous in a positive way. No, we got to go out here and do this horrific stuff. No, so that's what we got to go do. We got to do all this horrific stuff. So yeah, I got a whole bunch of issues, and I'll be glad when he get thing. I was thinking to myself, I said, yeah, we had this red flag counter. I said, you know, sometimes with this, I guess we need to get us a what the fuck counter. I'm gonna get us a WTF counter. So whenever we want to say what the F, we can count how many times this makes us want to say it, because I'm just like, this is so disgusting. And I really think Colt, I don't even think he deserved to have a name at this point in time. This little boy, he, or whatever y'all want to call him, I think that he deserves, I think he manipulated his dad. I think his dad at different times, I think he manipulated his dad. I think he manipulated him, like telling him, oh yeah, I am zippity doo dah, zippity yay. Like, I am okay. And then, you know, even though dad is at fault because of certain fact that not just because dad purchased the weapons, but dad is at fault because of certain fact that he didn't do Inspector Gadget. And he didn't do Inspector Gadget maybe because he was scared, maybe because he didn't want to believe that in his son. I think that he wanted to be his son's friend too much. But yeah, I'm not over in him. I am so glad, because y'all know, if there was no trial, so if they did not show us this, we would not see it. You know, we wouldn't know how deeply effed up this little boy was all on his own. He was messed up all on his own. I don't care what kind of help they probably would have got him. Like, it is no rehabilitation for this one. So, I let us get some TiVo time this morning before we actually went in to court today. So just so you guys know, that's why I decided to start it a little later. Far as his dad, his sentencing was supposed to start today. It was supposed to be 2 days. Maybe they're going to tell Daddy Dearest that he only get 1 day. Maybe this may help Daddy. I'm going to put a poll out there. Do y'all think this could help Daddy? Because now the judge has never been presented with all this evidence, right? In regards to the son, because we did not hear all of this in the dad's case. So the judge is not privy to this information that we're currently watching. Does this help Daddy with his sentencing? Because it sounds like he just had a little boy. I don't even know what to call him. A little turd. He had a little turd around. That decided that he wanted to be, instead of being infatuated with things that were positive in his life, he wanted to be infatuated with things that were negative. So, and all of this access that he had to everything, it would have been no way that the sheriffs would have been knocking on my door, talk about, hey, we had an alert. It came from a different house, but we searched it and we came to this house. Does your daughter, does she use Discord or Facebook or any of those type of things? Well, yeah, she does use them. She said that her thing got hacked. Okay, y'all have a great day. Do y'all know I would have been going back there talk about unlock your stuff right now, right in front of the sheriff? Get your phone, get your computer, get your stuff. Let's unlock all this stuff right now. Especially this is after he had already told Daddy Dumbass that he was going to unalive him. Because remember, he had already told Daddy that he was going to unalive him. He told that to the school, and the school called the mama, and the mama told the daddy. And the daddy said, oh, I'm just going to brush it off. I'm going to sleep with one eye open, give him all the weapons and all the bullets. So that's why Daddy got to go, because he was just Daddy Dumbest. But, yeah, like, I'm not going to be playing those types of games. Like, no, I'm going to go look. I'm going to go check. But Daddy Dumbest didn't do it. So let's go ahead, get our good mornings and afternoons, and we're going to get into what we need to be into today. Good afternoon, Merelda. I think it's afternoon. It's still morning time for Lynn. Good morning, Lynn. Lynn said, look, I'm lurking for a while. I'll see y'all later. All right, girlie. Hey, the Honorable Lady Deals. Good morning. How are you? She said, look, I had to catch up on this testimony here. I had to catch up on the testimony from yesterday. He was obsessed. Oh, let me pull it up on this screen because it is not coming up on that screen. And I needed to come up on that screen because it keep blinking away. I'm trying to read it and it keep clicking away. That shit ain't helping me. So let me put it up here. I don't even know if y'all can see them when I put them out here. Hopefully y'all can. I may have to make that a different color because I may have to make that a different color when they come up here. Yeah, I might have to do that. That's the good thing for me to know. She says, I had to catch up on the testimony from yesterday. Oh my gosh, he was obsessed with these pew-pewers. At first, I felt sorry for him, for his upbringing, etc. But after seeing all that, LWAP, right, that was my whole thing. Because I was like, well, Dad, they really failed him. Even some of the parents who spoke, I want to say it was Mason's mom, she explained how, she blamed Dad, but he was still, she still felt that little turd was at fault, for this. But a lot of people were thinking it was his upbringing because mommy was on D-rugs, and then you got daddy on D-rugs, and you got all this stuff going on. They moved from here to there, they getting evicted, can't nobody do nothing. So yeah, I had that same sentiment. But after seeing this yesterday, when I seen this, I was like, oh yeah, he can get LWAP. He might have saved his daddy. Quiet as kept. So he might have saved his daddy. He might have saved his daddy. His daddy might get life without. His daddy might get life with parole. So there we go. Hey, pretty. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I tell you. And we did our LWAP bop this morning. Hey, lady. Good morning. Hey, Angela. Hey, Gabber. Good morning. Let's see here. I thought I seen something else. What time is Daddy sentencing? I don't know if they're going to do Daddy's today. His was blocked off for 2 days, the 28th and the 29th, Gabber. So I don't know if they started this afternoon. I mean, hey, Gabber. He ain't going nowhere. So I guess they'll get to him when they get to him. So I guess if they have to reschedule, they just have to reschedule. Tell him, look, your son took up all the time with his old cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, so I don't know. I know we gonna get us a WTF calendar. Okay, WTF counter, not calendar. I don't know why I said calendar. Oh man. Gabber said, look, on side note, did you see, guys? Did you see where Brian K is claiming his lawyer forced him to take a plea deal? Plead guilty? Wow. And he wanted to rep himself. He might fry yet. I don't even know what that's about. I think that maybe he want the attention in the news. I think he want people to talk about him. And for some reason, people start to talk about him and I don't even know if it's talking about him more or less or talking about the tragedy that happened there. That occurred versus to him. And it turns into, I think that he may want some attention. Somebody need to go back there and give Brian K a hug. Okay. Pew should be taken so seriously, and Dad just didn't take care of the situation seriously. Yeah, Pretty Brown. I don't know what Dad was thinking. Like, yeah, I have no clue. What he could have been thinking. Let me see here. Dad better get LWAP or at least 50 years, Gabber said. I don't know. I think his son might have saved him. After listening to the son and all the planning and all the infatuation and all the details, I think that this may have saved Dad from getting LWAP, if that makes sense. I think that he could have saved him a little bit. But I mean, we'll see whenever the judge gets to him what he decides, but okay, let's see. No, because he had his own witnesses and experts that will be testifying for his sentencing. I bet they stop turd early and start dads. How they can't. I don't think they can, Gabber, only because this the same judge, it's the same prosecutor. I don't think they can. I think I think that they knew that they were gonna run over at some point in time, and maybe they pushed Dad's back. I don't think they gonna. I don't think they would, but I don't know. We'll see. Good morning, film. Pretty Brown said, if the sheriff knocked on my door about this, everything would have changed in my house, right? Like everything. Like, I don't know what he was thinking. That was stupid. Like, he had a chance to catch it. He had a chance to catch it when he got the notification that his son wanted to off him. Goofy. Let me see. I think. Okay, let's see here. Okay, Gabber said, look, okay, judge can say come back on Friday or something. I'm interested to see what happens when two. Oh, you want to see how this crash collision goes? I don't know. I think they're going to make him wait if they do anything. But let's go ahead and get into today's testimony. We are starting back off with with the detective that was on the stand actually showing us all this disturbing crap. So she is still back on the stand, so I'm assuming that we will have more information, more troubling stuff to come out today. So okay. I'm gonna make this nah, I guess I'll keep it black and white. We can keep it like that. I like it like that. So this is gonna be day 3. I need to change that. That ain't gonna look good, right? Day 3. Okay, so there we got it. Our Colt Gray, day 3 sentencing. Guys, can y'all see it okay? I am gonna go ahead and hit the play button. Let's see. We won't have breaks. We shouldn't even have a lunch, guys. We should be able to TiVo through most of our stuff to get us in the afternoon. Remember, they are on the East Coast. You know, where LeBron James, he went from the West Coast to the East Coast. Oh my. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, guys.
All right, we're all present now. Ms. Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Investigator Golan. So we kind of ended yesterday after talking about all the mass shooters the defendant copycatted in the steps leading up to the shooting. Did he also copy or mimic other mass shooters when he committed the mass murder at Apalachee High School?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So we're going to bring up this graphic. Can you kind of generally tell us what this is, and we're going to get into more specifics as we go through it.
So this is a chart that was created. The left-hand side's gear, and so it's different types of gear that was present or used during the shooting at Apalachee. And then each column is a different shooter, ones that we talked about, one that we didn't really talk about. There's a check mark if each one kind of had the same thing. So if you look at the top column, an AR-15 firearm was used by all of the mass shooters listed on the chart. And then going to the next one, the .223 rounds was also used in all of the mass shootings.
And specifically when we're talking about the type of ammunition used, did the defendant specifically reference why he was, I guess, going to use this particular ammo?
Yeah, so this slide shows more Discord records from May 20th of 2023. And he says, sadly, ammo prices are going up. I've stocked up on .223 rounds, the same rounds Adam used in the shooting, referring to the Sandy Hook shooting.
And ultimately, is that the type of rounds that the defendant used when he committed the mass shooting at Apalachee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to the chart, what's the next gear that the defendant used on September 4th?
The next one down is 30-round magazines. There was a lot of discussion in different records in terms of getting 30-round magazines. Each shooter in the chart also used 30-round magazines. The next one down is vest. Each shooter had a vest or used a vest within the shooting. A vest was purchased by the defendant's father back in, I believe it was June of 2024. And ultimately it wasn't used in the shooting, but it was present in the house.
And as far as we've earlier referenced the journals or the writings that the defendant made prior to the shooting, in one of his writings where he planned out the shooting, did he intend on bringing the vest to the school that day?
Yes, it was in several drawings. Moving further, black backpack was specific in 2 of the mass shootings, the Parkland shooting and the Uvalde shooting. A knife also was found in the defendant's backpack at Apalachee and was similar to the Parkland shooter. And then writings that were left during the shootings, after the shootings, was present in all of the shootings. And then gloves at the bottom was specific to the Sandy Hook shooter. So as a whole, it didn't appear that there was any original thought from the defendant when planning the mass shooting.
As far as you mentioned the knife that the defendant had in his book bag, did the Parkland shooter also have a knife? Was it present in his book bag as well?
It was, yes, ma'am.
As far as the writings that were located, were writings located either at the scene or at the shooter's house after the shooting?
Yes,
in all these cases?
In all of the cases, yes, ma'am.
As far as the gloves, this was referenced earlier, but in the defendant's interview, did he give a description of the gloves?
He did.
And what color did he say the gloves were?
In his interview, he said the gloves were purple.
And is that a reference to another mass shooter?
Yes, Kyle Rittenhouse also had purple gloves.
What color were the gloves that he actually used?
They were yellow.
And finally, what is rim oil?
It's a lubrication that you can use to usually clean firearms or use it to protect them from rusting after they've been fired.
And was the defendant, was he the only one of these various mass shooters who brought rim oil to the shooting?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you explain this, based on your review of the records, was there a reason why he brought that?
It appeared to be. So in the Google records, there were a lot of Google searches referencing gun jamming drills, what to do if your gun jams. And in a lot of the research that we showed previously yesterday, in a lot of those documents, it talked about a couple of the mass shooters experiencing malfunctions during the mass shootings. And so I believe this was placed in this book bag for a reason.
Essentially to ensure that there would be no malfunctions with the firearm?
That's correct.
Now, prior to the shooting, the day of, did the defendant mimic any other actions of other mass shooters?
Yes.
And specifically, let's talk about some text messages that he sent.
So the Parkland shooter, this is part of the documents that were saved on the defendant's computer and cell phone, showing the Parkland shooter's text message activity on the day of the shooting. So it says, only text to his ex-girlfriend were hello, and it's very important, and she didn't reply during the hour. And then at the bottom, he tells JT, which I believe was his brother, that he has something important, to tell him something important soon. So in the defendant's cell phone records, these are actually text messages to his dad. The top one says, I will text you in about an hour, and this was the day of the shooting at 8:30 a.m. And then 1 second after that, he says, "It's important, so please answer when I do." So I found that these were very similar in saying that there was something important soon coming, and they were texting their loved ones.
And both of these texts to loved ones, did they occur short in time before each of these shootings occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now, in addition to kind of copying text messages prior to the shooting, was there a kind of mimicry element to where the defendant staged or got ready for the shooting?
Yes, and it was in the bathroom.
And what did that mimic?
It mimicked Ethan Crumbly, which is the Oxford High School shooter.
Before we kind of get to the bathroom pictures and showing how they were mimicked, let's talk about what the defendant said about his plan to go to the bathroom. Did he have that in his original plans?
He did. He had this. This was from the notebook that was found at Apalachee, and it states second walk from first to the bathroom.
Okay. Now, is that different from what he told Investigator Smith?
Yes, I believe he told Investigator Smith that it was kind of a quick moment that he just went into the bathroom.
Okay. We're going to play that clip real quick from the Investigator Smith's interview at Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Already had the gun and it was just like that. That's kind of one way that get her to so I did that, and I walked out, and I was going for 5 minutes, in class. And that's when I was on the path, but like I quite literally just made a quick U-turn, just completely I went to the bathroom.
Now, let's bring up this next slide. Tell us about this.
These were on the left-hand side. This is the Oxford Township shooter, where he left his backpack and writings in the bathroom. And then on the right-hand side is the defendant, is the photograph from the crime scene, where he left some items in the bathroom.
Okay. And you mentioned Crumbly left his writings in the bathroom. Where did the defendant leave his again?
In the classroom.
Okay. Now, the defendant actually left his book bag in the hallway. Did he have a different place where he had actually planned to leave it?
Yes, in that same writing that we saw earlier, further down on the page. It says, set backpack to the side, pick up rifle with right hand, open stall door with left. So it appears as if he meant to leave his backpack in the bathroom as well.
And so his plan was to mimic Ethan Crumbly even more than he ultimately did.
That's correct.
Right. Now, in the execution of the shooting and how he went about it, did it appear that he had a plan to mimic a different mass shooter for that?
Yes.
And who was that?
The Sandy Hook shooter.
And tell us what you determined about that or discovered about that.
These are, again, Discord records back from May of 2023. He states, then make our way to the first classes, kind of what Adam did in a way. Not that hard, plus the classroom is point blank, so you don't even have to aim, kind of hip fire.
Okay. And then we're going to continue on with those messages.
Yes, still May of 2023. Most shooters fire a couple shits into random classrooms. They never go in, like Adam. I want to go in and stare at them, then fire.
And Smiggles responds, me too, I want to go in.
Also, shooting the door locks does work. I've tried it in an abandoned building before.
Okay. And so now we're going to move to our final category of evidence of intent and motive. And what is that?
Motive seeking fame.
Okay. All right, so we're going to start with The defendant's interviews with Investigator Smith, did he indicate whether or not fame or notoriety was something that he wanted out of this?
In the interview with Investigator Smith, he indicated that he did not.
Okay. So we're going to play clips from both the first interview and the second interview at this time.
I don't want to traumatize or be known for this stupid shit.
Do you think it's because, you mentioned this earlier, about the attention? Do you think it's the attention
Not
that
at all.
keeps the voices away?
I personally thought that every true crime that I researched, people doing it for notoriety and attention, that was just absolute bullshit, and I thought it was really childlike.
So in the interviews, he indicates that this isn't for attention. What motive did he say in the interview was the reason why he did this?
In the interview, he said that he did not want the attention or to seek fame.
Did he indicate that it was just because voices told him to do it?
That's correct.
Okay. In your review of the evidence, including the phone extractions as well as the phone calls, what did it appear the motive actually was?
To gain some sort of fame or notoriety from it.
Okay, so we're going to start with some more Discord records. Can you tell us about these?
These are back from May of 2023. Says, so what school are we going for? Elementary, middle, high? Elementary, I think, would make history. And then a day later, the more fucked up, the more fame.
Okay.
Again, these are in 2023. He's waiting for the day I snap at culture, continue what he started.
And then Spiegels responds, hopefully more people do it after too.
He says, right?
And she responds, yep.
And then he says, I do hope I get recognized, though.
In addition to these Discord records, did he also have a phone note on his phone that also indicated he wanted notoriety for this?
Yes.
Let's talk about that phone note.
So this was dated, again, from the cell phone extraction from July of 2024, titled, says, maybe this is just incoherent rambling, but sometimes I wonder, after I do it, if the victims will visit me as angels. Not that I would be able to see them, but that they would be able to see me. I don't know, it's weird. I actually, really want fan art of that so fucking bad.
So this is a little over a month before the shooting, and he is planning for fan art of himself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, we've talked about this previously, but he actually had phone notes from crews saved on his phone. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
So does it appear that he knew that phone notes get released in an investigation of a mass shooting?
Yes.
Does it appear that his motive for writing this was so that somebody would make fan art of him?
Yes.
Okay, so our next section, kind of tell the court what this next section is about.
The next section is a collection of jail calls between the defendant and his mother. There's approximately 20 calls, I believe, ranging from October 3rd of 2024 into 2025.
So ranging from approximately 1 month after the shooting to about 9 months after the shooting.
That's correct.
And all of these phone calls, are they kind of talking about the notoriety that the defendant has achieved in his mind based on this shooting?
Yes, they are.
We're going to start with the October 3rd, 2024 call, which is State Exhibit 269. Can you kind of tell the court what this is generally about?
This call is generally the defendant trying to get some other pictures to make up for his mugshot.
Hey. Hey, just getting internet. Yeah. I'm about to break the dang laptop. It's been working fine all day, and the shitty thing is I have to yeah.
So once you took, send them out, please.
Oh, I will.
I don't care what you have to do.
We should go anywhere.
Report or anything, make a Tumblr account, send them out, please. 'Cause I gotta make up for that mugshot.
You got it.
I don't care what they say, please, for me.
Yep, no, I will. I promise.
When will you do it?
I might could do it tonight.
Okay.
I have to
So when they're talking about pictures they took, based on you listening to the phone calls, had the defendant's mother taken pictures of him at some point while he was in custody?
Yes, it appeared so.
Okay. And did those eventually get released?
Yes.
And was it by his mother?
Yes.
Now we're moving to October 11th, which is about a month and a week after the shooting. Can you tell us generally what this phone call is about?
This one is about the mother scrolling through posts and kind of reading through the posts that have been made of the defendant, and then him wanting to know how many notes on the posts there are. And the notes are essentially like a collection of like reposts, blogs, likes, kind of all inclusive together. And he wants to know how many notes there were.
So essentially how many people have reacted to this post?
Exactly.
Okay. And this is State Exhibit 273.
Okay, we'll keep scrolling through some of the posts.
Okay. And then the next one, I think the next one was the original one with all the many pictures. Oh no, there's nothing new one too. There's one on here now. Your hair's wet. It looks like you just got out of the shower. That you don't have a shirt on.
Oh yeah, I know what picture that is.
And you've got your hand covering up your mouth, you know?
Yeah, I know that one. Oh.
Yeah, that's a
How
good
many
one.
notes does that one have?
All 393 notes.
Oh my god. Wow.
So recent, but it's not just that one picture. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of the second picture. And it says recent photos of Colt.
All right, so we're moving to the next day, October 12th of 2024, and this is State's Exhibit 278. Kind of what is this about?
This is about the defendant wanting to receive mail.
He's so cute. I want to mail him. I've seen a lot of people on here talking about, writing you letters and stuff.
Yeah. I wish. I don't know if I'm able to approve like all of them, but yeah, I'm a minor, so.
Yeah. This next one.
Okay. And this is now the next day, October 13th, 2024, about a month and a couple weeks after the shooting. This is State Exhibit 282. Can you tell us what this particular phone call is about?
I believe this one is about him talking about gaining more popularity than Thomas Crook.
And who's Thomas Crook?
He was the one who shot and killed a volunteer firefighter during a Trump rally.
And can you believe it, Mom? I took over Thomas Crook in popularity. Take that.
Well, you should. You better. And wait till I get out some more pictures, whatever pictures you want me to send. Because, okay,
I'll call you in 15 minutes.
yeah, whenever you call me out, we'll go over some more, because there's some more pictures and posts.
And then,
I love you. Bye.
bye.
So after he tells his mom, take that to becoming more popular than Thomas Crook, do they also then talk about releasing more photos or sending out more photos of him?
Yes, they do.
And again, based on your kind of research, what would be the purpose of them sending out photos of the defendant?
In terms of just gaining some sort of popularity.
And that would be within the TCC?
Yes.
All right, now we're moving to, we're still on October 13th of 2024. This is State Exhibit 281. What is this phone call generally about?
They kind of talk about, there's a TCC quiz, which shooter has the most annoying fans, and then ultimately the defendant talks about being compared to being in the big leagues.
And by being in the big leagues, like the big leagues of mass shooters?
I guess if that's a thing.
It's from that same person. It says it's like a a quiz or like a thing. The ECC person has the most annoying fans that make you want to end it. And it's got all the different school shooters.
Oh, I can do that one. Probably.
You want to hear the choices?
Yeah.
Eric, Dylan, Adam, Andrew and Randy, Elliot, Artyom, Nikita.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely Academy Maniacs. Those two fuckers.
Really?
They're so cringe. Yeah, their fans are so cringe. Russian weirdos who kill like an old guy.
Who is Brenton?
Brenton Tarrant, yeah, he's the Muslim guy. I remember that killed 51.
Dylan, Joe, and Colt.
Why am I on there?
Don't know.
Why? This is messed up, but like, I'm in the big leagues, bro.
I'm done.
It's not a bad way. I mean,
Do they appear to laugh after he says, I'm in the big leagues?
Yes.
Now we're moving to State Exhibit 285. This is still on October 13th of 2024. Can you tell us what generally this one's about?
This is the defendant talking about being possibly the youngest school shooter, and then also being, later on in the call, also being compared to the Uvalde shooter.
I was thinking about it, like, wouldn't I be considered like one of the youngest, like, school,
Yeah, you are.
And I think so, like, because Ethan probably was, at the time, the youngest, if you were 15.
Yeah, I've seen that several times in the news, yeah.
Like that.
I can't remember if they said you were the youngest or just one of the youngest. I'd have to Google it to make sure. Here's a post 3 days ago with some of your selfies. It says the new suspected Colt Gray photos give off Salvador Ramos feels.
Dude, true, because like Mandy and Caitlin said I look like Sal so much with my dark hair. Salvador Ramos is the Rob Elementary School guy.
Okay.
Just look up some of his selfies. With the dark hair, I can see it, to be honest.
Salvador.
It's kind of weird though, because I'm gonna be honest, like most of the TCC girls, like who aren't like minors, they honestly give off really big keto vibes, so I know they're probably having a fucking field day with me. It's messed up, but it's like, fuck.
You have 1 minute remaining. Salvador Ramos really does look like you a lot. That's crazy.
All right, so now we're moving to the next day, October 14th. This is State Exhibit 286, and what generally is this about?
This one is generally about the defendant asking if his mother has made a shrine of him yet, and about getting copies of photos and bringing them and printing them out.
No, when I get the FaceTime, you show me the art stuff.
Heck yeah, because then I can show you all the pictures. Oh my God. I've got so many new pictures that I can
That's
show
all
you.
your gallery is?
But yeah, pretty much from the last like couple weeks. I want to print them all out on paper, so I'm gonna. I'll try to do that
I
first.
don't have to do that. When I get a FaceTime, I can just do them. It's fine.
Okay. You don't want copies of them? Because I can make copies and bring them on Thursday.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'm going to print some out just for myself.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
That's the background on my phone right now is the picture of you as a fox.
I haven't seen that. Oh, the furry one?
Yeah, the little fox furry.
Have you made a shrine yet?
He's so freaking cute to me.
Have you made a shrine?
What?
Have you made a shrine for me yet?
No, I started trying to print them out the other day on the new printer, and they're out of like colored ink, so I was like, of course. So I'll probably just go to Walmart and print them out, put them on a junk drive or something, and print them out. And then I would make my court sign.
Okay.
For all.
All right. This is October 16th of 2024. State Exhibit 287. Can you tell the court generally what this is about?
This is about his obsession with the Sandy Hook shooter.
I guess maybe your name is hashtag. Oh, here's another cute one. Okay, so here is another drawing. Somebody said, can you draw Colt Gray eating a burger? And so I drew kind of like a little cartoon character, kind of anime looking, but a little more realistic. And you're just eating a hamburger, and you have like a little thought bubble coming out from the side of your head, and it's got a picture of Adam Lanza with his gun.
I wonder if they found that on my Adam obsession.
I don't know. I don't know whether it's that or whether they're all just so obsessed with Adam that they just automatically.
The one that's, you know, as an army trooper. That was so cursed.
Okay, I copied that. Let me see if there's any comments on that one. Oh my God, there's 132 notes on this one.
Which one? 132.
The one when you're eating the burger and thinking about Lanza. Okay, there's only one comment to the picture. It says, he would probably laugh at this. This is glorious. Okay, next one. Oh my God, okay, the next one's kind of cool. It says, it stops and says, in the club, we all Sam.
You have 1 minute remaining.
It's got pictures of like all the main school shooters, and you're a veteran.
Okay. We're moving to the end of October 27th of 2024, close to 2 months after the school shooting. And this is State Exhibit 294. Can you tell us about this call?
This call is when they're talking about school shooters and ice cream flavors.
Okay, then another person posted yesterday, they posted a big picture of a bunch of different school shooters, and then beside them they have what flavor Ben & Jerry's ice cream they are. And Dad had you and Nick together on the same little picture.
No way.
And yeah, you already did. You got caramel almond brittle, and he got cannoli.
What do you mean when you're together? What does that mean?
I do what?
What do you mean when you think you're together? Like, what is the picture?
Well, it's like the picture has your selfie, and then below it, it has like a picture of him in court, and then out the side to the right, there's your ice cream. So like each little picture that the person has posted has 2 different people on each one. And you and Nick just happen to be together on yours.
All right. So, again, October 27th, State Exhibit 295. And what are they talking about here?
This one they're talking about a BBC documentary.
And is this something that the defendant's excited about?
Yes.
Oh yeah, what's on the BBC thing? Did it look official?
Oh yeah, oh no, it's totally official.
Is this like a full-on documentary you're talking about?
Yeah, hang on, I had it sitting right back in the window.
Because that would be crazy.
Hang on. Okay, I don't have time to read the whole thing, but
like Michael Jordan type.
I know. Okay, so I hope this letter finds you well in the circumstances. I'm Harry, a producer working in the BBC's current affairs department and predominantly based in London. We've been closely following what is happening with your son and 1 minute remaining and his father over the last few weeks. Firstly, I wanted to say I know this will be an incredibly trying time for your family and you may not feel ready to talk or tell your story, which I fully respect. But I will be upfront. Due to the extraordinary nature of what happened and the charges pressed against Colt and Colin, we want to produce a film examining this case. Therefore, we wanted to invite you to share your story with us. At this stage, all I'm asking for is an initial confidential conversation without any commitment to be filmed or take part further, to hear your side of the story and hear more about Colt.
Yes.
Yes.
So did he want her to do that?
He did.
Okay, now we're still talking about these things. We're moved to November 16th, about 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later. State Exhibit 302. What are we talking about here?
They're just discussing about other mass shooters.
Okay, next one is another drawing. Someone did a drawing of you, Eric Harris, Nick, and Dylan Claybold.
Oh wow, I need that from the $1,000 up here.
Okay, and it's really awesome. They drew it as a Weezer album cover.
A Weezer album cover. Wow.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That is
It's like
funny
a story back thing.
because I can see them as, I'm pretty much the only reason they get kind of circulated is because he's always paired with these, you know, Eric Harris and Dylan Claybold were like, you know, friends and stuff. When they did it. That's funny.
Okay, we're still on November 16th. State Exhibit 303. What are they talking about here?
This is when the defendant is asking to post photos from their FaceTime visits.
And again, it's posting photos like on the TCC or to get to the TCC.
Yes.
Tell Mandy to get the info out there that I'm kind of, that I feel like people can relate me to James a lot.
Okay.
And,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep, I'll tell her. I'll see her on From what?
The FaceTime.
Okay.
So now, November 23rd, about a week later, 2024, State Exhibit 307. What are we talking about here? What are the defendant and Marcy discussing?
This is where they're comparing the defendant to the Columbine shooter.
Okay. So the very first one that pops up is kind of funny. It's a picture of like an old living room, like looks like from the 70s or something. And it's a picture of you sitting beside, who is that? Dylan. Colt and Dylan, but y'all are sitting beside each other, and it says they're talking about the JQ. You know what that means? I have no idea. I will.
That's crazy, dude. You ever that you see like art of me and like one of the online shooters?
Yeah.
We kind of look alike, like really.
So just to be clear, did he actually say, did you ever think you'd see me drawn with one of the Columbine shooters? Or see art of me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, maybe the State Exhibit 310, which is November 26th of 2024. This was around Thanksgiving. What's this call about?
I believe this one is also mentioning big dogs again.
The first one is looks like just like a pistol sketch of different school shooters. You're on there, and Dylan.
Compared to the big dog.
Yeah. It looks almost just looks like freehand sketching somebody did.
Right now, we're moving to State Exhibit 314, which is November 28th. Tell us what they're generally talking about here.
More about posting pictures.
Okay. And are they specifically talking about, in this one, the defendant wanting Marcy Gray to search on a particular area for him?
Yes.
Is that the Reddit mass killer site?
Yes.
Okay, you want me to search for what?
Go to r/mass killers.
Or,
Just actually type r/mass killers. So,
say that one more time.
don't actually say r/slashes or stuff, and then the stuff will pull up.
Okay.
You see it?
No.
You literally just search it up.
I did.
So click on the search bar again, open the top right, and then search for my name.
Just Colt Gray? No R? Okay. Okay.
That's all.
Yes, that's where I'm reading. Okay, you want to just read off a couple? There's one that's just r/Colt Gray. There's one, the next one is r/insane people Facebook.
No, go to r/mass killers and search it up. Because when you're a sub, if you're on the sub's page, you're searching up stuff in the sub.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it didn't, when I typed in RMS, it didn't tell you
It's going
that.
to pop up r/mass killers with 185,000 members in the subreddit.
Okay, spell it. Maskillers.
S-K-I-L-L-E-R-S.
Okay, wait, that's different. I was trying to do
Killers with no space. Yeah, you're dyslexic.
Killers. I thought you were saying masculars.
Killers.
Got it.
God.
That's not my problem. You're speaking clearly.
Yeah,
Okay.
here's something randomly going to tell you just for masculine.
Okay, there's no,
Are you on the front page?
I'm on the list of posts.
Alright, so look the search bar again up there,
Mhm.
and it's decided to say r/mass killers.
Say that again. Okay, you
Say r/mass killers in the search bar.
got it.
Okay, so now, for the next day, November 29th, 2024, this is State Exhibit 315. What are we talking about here?
This is when he is telling his mom to tell his grandma to get her internet speed up for her celebrity grandson.
And his grandmother is at Deborah Polhanas.
It is, yes.
When Marcy is talking to the defendant, are there times where his grandmother is around and that you know she's around based on the conversation?
Yes.
Is that a lot of the time, some of the time?
Prior to, I believe, February of 2025, it was some of the time.
Okay.
Children.
Are you typing it or what?
No, it's loading. Taking.
Tell him I knew that her fucking celebrity grandson is going it up right there. No, yeah, really, you tell her. I'm tired of this shit, seriously.
All right, so now we've moved a couple of months. We're in January 27th of 2025. It's almost 6 months after the shooting. This is State Exhibit 326. What are we talking about here?
They're referencing a couple of other shooters as corny.
Okay, next one, 3 days ago, it says, now with his 2 new corny ass shooters, I'm starting to appreciate Colt more.
Oh, shit, bro. Corny, I'm not fucking shooters, bro.
Yeah, listen, yeah.
This is February 15th, 2025. This is State Exhibit 328. What happens in this phone call?
This phone call, they discuss the district attorney's office knowing about their calls and that they need to, I guess, watch what they're saying.
Okay.
Hey, you check up on the post?
Yeah, so I gotta talk to you about that. So, in court on Tuesday, the defense attorneys were discussing everything with my attorney, and apparently they said that the DA had given them audio and video of me talking to you about, like, school shooters and stuff like that. Even though, I mean, we haven't talked about anything, I don't think inappropriate, you know, but they're trying to say that I'm, like, encouraging you to commit murder and just ridiculous. Yeah, just ridiculous stuff.
That's just fucking retarded.
Yeah, it's so stupid. But, you know, of course, they probably have no idea what PCC is, none of that.
No! Oh, okay.
So anyway, so one day saying,
you give me a sugar pie of hard candy with a Nazi symbol on the back, right?
But anyways, I gotta be careful about what we talk about on the phone, I guess, because I mean, I don't know. I just gotta be careful about what we talk about going forward. I told my attorney, you know, that you had some friends on TCC that, you know, you were really close to you, and so I was just keeping y'all in contact, and I mean, nothing that was shared between y'all was inappropriate in any way whatsoever. So, just for the record, for the video that they're recording of us right now, I'm in no way encouraging my son to commit murder or any ridiculous stuff like that. He's extremely remorseful for what happened, but I'm the only person that he has on this earth right now, and I'm going to do whatever I can to you have some sort of normal.
Oh, yeah, I say fuck you. Oh, some fucking, like, give me ass, fucking liberal trash garbage.
Thank you. So,
that shit is so fucking lame.
So yeah, but I hope y'all make sure that you share this conversation as well with anything else that you have, because y'all wrong. I know y'all are wrong for that. So, anyways, hang on, because I think I have some messages from.
Yeah, I guess just read the messages. I'm only making look at those if it's gonna be that fucking handle about it.
Yeah, really, at least for now. Okay, so.
So in that phone call, when Marcy Gray is talking to the defendant about she was keeping in touch with his TCC friends, is that the Sniggles and the Mandy from Discord that he was talking about shootings with?
Yes.
And so from these phone calls as his peer, she is actually continuing to communicate with these people?
That's correct.
And is that on the defendant's behalf, like at his request?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're up to March 15th, a month after Ms. Gray indicated that they needed to stop discussing these types of matters. This is 2025, states of it 3:30. What are they talking about here?
Wanting to know what the TCC is saying.
Like about him, I guess?
Yes.
Something I wanted to tell you is, you know, the pictures I took of you during the FaceTime thing,
Yeah.
and I sent to Mandy.
Yeah.
Well, apparently she leaked them and they're out there. So that's not
I
funny.
told you to tell her about your relationship.
I did, but apparently she did it anyway. So
No, I was the one who told you to tell her to release them.
oh, to release them.
Yeah.
I was thinking I told her not to release them. Okay, well that then.
Told her. Remember when I told you to release the jail pictures? That's what I meant.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I remember.
How do you go out there?
Because I've seen them
Oh.
on PCC.
Really, what are they saying about?
They really haven't said anything specific about those pictures. It's like people have just started, like adding them to, you know, selfie.
Can we look at those real quick?
Yeah.
Alright.
Here, okay.
Yeah, no, those are the ones we want to release.
Okay, good. Well, that makes me feel better.
All right, so now we're going to move to the final phone call, and this is from May 6th of 2025. What happened on May 6th?
There was a court date.
Was it a court date for the defendant?
It was, yes.
And are they kind of talking about what people are saying about
Yes.
the defendant after that court date?
Yes, they are.
And this is State Exhibit 332.
Next one, another screenshot. It said, they did him so dirty, let him have his long hair. Next one is a screenshot of you today, and underneath it is your mugshot. And as soon as they fucked him up. Oh, everybody's missing your blonde hair. Next one, a screenshot, and it says, Colt's hair got chopped. Oh my God. Next one, screenshot, it says, they hit the fucking Pentagon. I don't know what that means.
That means like something crazy just happened.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, next one says, next one, more screenshots from today. And underneath it in caps it says, his hair, but he looks so good still. Next one, two screenshots of you today, and it says, tears in my eyes.
Maybe it's my long hair, huh?
Maybe. Ooh, the next one is really cool. It's touching drawings of you with your long hair. It says Colt Gray I drew a while back. Hope you like it.
Oh, yeah.
These are really cool.
Can you tell Mandy that I'm going to grow my hair back out? I don't have to worry.
Absolutely.
Tell her that and tell everybody that I'm going to grow it back out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll let her tell everybody.
So at the end of that, is he giving Marcy instructions on getting more information out to the TCC about himself?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I think we just spent about 45 minutes listening to call after call after call of the defendant just talking about kind of where his notoriety is within this TCC. Is this just the tip of the iceberg? Is this all they talked about every time they talked?
Yes.
Okay. Do they appear to ever get tired of talking about it?
No.
All right. So that was our last jail call. We're going to move to this final little portion or little section of the presentation. In addition to all these jail calls and Discord records and phone notes where he's talking about being famous because of this, what other evidence was there of this motive of seeking fame and committing this mass shooting?
There were a couple memes that that I added to the presentation.
Okay. And were these memes that the defendant had saved on his phone?
They were, yes.
Okay. What's this first one?
This first one is a photograph of David Hoggs, who was one of the survivors of Parkland. And he was very outspoken and became like a gun rights activist after the shooting. And the meme says, "I'd like to thank my dead classmates for giving me my dream career."
And then this final meme that was saved on his phone, what does it say?
It says, "If you do right, no one remembers. If you do wrong, no one forgets."
I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross, Mr. Allen.
Colt, during this time, well, 23 through 24, was 13 and 14 years old, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And those phone calls with his mother, she's engaging, she's interacting with him.
Yes, sir.
And she's kind of like she's encouraging him, right?
It appears so.
But now, this is the same mother who a few months earlier tried to threaten him, right?
I believe so.
And you had worked on a similar kind of presentation for Colin for this trial, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in that one, you were juxtaposing some of his texts and some of his searches to show how his actions related to Colt's actions, right?
You're talking about Colin Gray?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And in that, you outlined the various times Colin failed to get help for Colt, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And how he never followed up with any of the psychological services that they had discussed.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And there were some texts where Colt was asking for some help with psychological services, right?
That's correct.
And within that, we also saw Colin had done searches for safes, but bought ammunition instead in his Google searches, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So now we've got conversations with Colt, with his mother, and they're actually interacting positively, even though some of her stopped, correct?
I think that's questionable, but if you say positively.
I think they're not fighting with each other. They're on the same page about these conversations.
They're not fighting, that's correct.
Okay. And she's not threatening him.
That's correct.
And even though the topic is something that they shouldn't be doing, they're still getting along.
They're interacting together, yes.
Right. And she was not the only person that called him during that time, was she?
No, he spoke with his grandmother as well.
Okay. And did he also speak with an aunt?
I believe a few times, yes.
Yeah. And those conversations didn't have the same quality with the notoriety aspect, the getting pictures out aspect.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So that was only with his mom?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful.
All right, you should be excused.
Just a brief follow-up. Mr. Allen characterized their interactions between the defendant and Marcy as her encouraging this behavior. Would you also characterize it as it's actually the defendant who is directing Marcy on what to look up and what to find?
Yes, it appeared that he was asking her to do those things.
And is this the topic that the defendant introduced into the conversations?
Yes, it is.
And he's the one who wanted to talk about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Allen? All right, thank you. You can come down. Does the state have additional witnesses? All right. State rest, why don't we go ahead and take 10 minutes and then we'll proceed with whatever the defense has.
I did have a witness that we were going to appear about soon, and I have not yet gotten a link to get to him.
I'm being told it was sent yesterday. If you want to step into the office, I'll put you with Mandy and we'll make sure you get it. Is that going to be the first witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll set Zoom up as well.
So as y'all aware, we do have TiVo time, so I'll pull us past this break, but it seems like the state has rested. So I guess the defense has some other witness that they want to bring up, maybe to do like a rebuttal, I think. We'll see. Oh my gosh, you talking about somebody being so sick.
Table, but honestly,
I'm like so mad that she's sitting on these calls, you know, giggling and like, do you know, I would have so hung up the phone on him. Like, this wouldn't even work. Like, I am not about to waste time out of my day to be entertaining this stuff with you. I am not about to be on this. Like, she is terrible. She is terrible. I don't know, y'all. Like, I know that the dad purchased the weapon. Oh moly. Like, I cannot get over the fact how bad mom is. Like, mom is terrible. Grandma is terrible. And no, we didn't get to finish watching her testimony, mom's testimony again. But this is like sick, like sick. Like, I don't know. Like, she encouraging this stuff. Like, even if he didn't have a sick mind, remember, she is still the same one that, I don't know if she ever told dad that, she was helping him write Nicholas Cruz. So she was, before this even all happened, y'all. So she was already deeply involved in this. That's messed up. Hey, Ilona. I don't know why. I just don't understand. And poor Jenny, the sister, y'all know she testified at Dad's trial, and she don't want shit to do with them. She said she want them all to go up under the jail so she can go on with her new family and, yeah, kick rocks. She the only one that got some sense, and probably Coley, the baby. Because, you know, it's the baby. I don't know if the baby is where Jenny is at, but yeah, she didn't change. I think she changed her last name and everything. I don't blame her. This is so disgusting. This mom, she better not come speak. She can't come speak now because she is so disgusting. So disgusting.
wherever the witness can hear you best, I'm fine with.
I'll try over here first.
Sir, if you'll hang tight, we'll be with you in just a minute. All right, for the record, we're all present. Mr. Allen, you can call your first witness.
This time, Judge, I would like to call Stephen Baker.
All right, so Mr. Baker, you're appearing by Zoom. Are you able to hear and see us okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please lower your hand and introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Stephen Baker. I work at the Department of Juvenile Justice as a detention counselor.
And are you familiar with Colt Gray?
I I am.
How are you familiar with him?
Well, I was his case manager in the facility and primary detention counselor for about a year and a half.
Okay.
Mr. Baker, let me get you to try and speak up a little bit or increase the volume on your mic. I think I've done all I can on.
I'll move it closer and see if does this help?
Helped a little bit, thank you.
Yes, and during that time, did you have a lot of occasion to interact with Colt?
I did.
Okay. Did you have like meetings once a week? How did that work out?
I had meetings at least once a week, most of the time, several times a week, 2 to 3 times a week. And it's a small place, so I would see him every day.
And as his counselor, what kinds of things would you discuss and work on with him?
Well, I'm not a mental health counselor, so primarily we would go into programming and how we're doing in the facility and talk about social skills, life skills, things like that.
What kinds of programming was he involved with there?
Well, we had him enrolled in our skill training group, which talks about pro-social skills group. So we did that first, and he completed that. He also completed a pre-up class, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act, federal law. We have to do a class on that for every youth that comes into the facility. So he completed that. And then he moved on to advanced skills training, and then he completed that program. And he did Many Merging Two Worlds, which talks about getting jobs and prepares them for life outside the facility. We were trying to get him through all the programs we had. Because the length of time he was there. So he completed that. And then after that, he would volunteer for advanced skills training, even though he'd already graduated.
And did he go into those programs cooperatively? Did he work with you folks on?
Yes, he was very cooperative.
Okay. Would you say during the time that he was there, he continued to advance in his programs?
In the programming group, yes, he did.
Okay. How was he behaviorally with the other folks in the facility?
He got along well with most of the people in the facility. Some he got along better with than others, but he was behaviorally pretty good.
Did you have any occasion to know whether or not he was involved with psychiatric services there?
Yes.
Okay. But you were not his psychologist or a psychiatrist of any fashion, right?
Correct.
Okay. So do you know whether he was compliant with his appointments when they set them up?
Yes. To my knowledge, he was compliant.
Now, at the beginning when he first came in, to your knowledge, was he on any kind of medication?
Not to my knowledge when he first came in, other than I believe his mother had given him something that wasn't prescribed. But other than that, when he came into the facility, I don't know of any medications.
Okay. And were you aware whether or not during his time there that they prescribed him medications?
They did.
Did he confide in you as to whether or not he was compliant with taking them?
He would talk to me about it occasionally. I believe he talked more to the mental health counselor about that than to the psychiatrist. But he did tell me that they were going to put him on medication, and then after he was on them, I would ask him, how are you feeling? And he would tell me how he was feeling, and that sort of a thing. He was basically compliant with the medications. Sometimes he would refuse to take them, but then he would start taking them again.
Did you notice any changes in his behavior from the time he was not taking them till the period that he was?
Well, he seemed to have a lot of anxiety, and when he started taking them, he seemed to calm down. But it would ebb and flow.
And can you describe what kinds of behaviors you're interpreting as anxiety?
Certainly. He would come in the office and just talk about things that were bothering him, and nervous, anxious feelings he was having. And that's what I would interpret as anxiety. He had social anxiety. He would sometimes get where he didn't want to come out and participate in programming. He would come and see me, and he would see the mental health counselor, but other programming he just wouldn't want to get out and participate in.
And during the time that he was going to the mental health counselor, was it your observations that he went on a regular basis or not?
Yes, he went on a regular basis.
Okay. And he's no longer in your facility, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know the reason that he was transferred to a different facility?
I don't know all the reasons. I do know that one of the reasons is because we had lost our mental health counselor, our full-time mental health counselor, maybe a couple of months before, and it was really felt that he needed a mental health counselor, someone that was full-time, because he would come see me, but I'm not a mental health counselor. So I know that part of the idea was to move him somewhere where he could get more intensive mental health help.
While he was at your facility, did you notice or observe any kind of aggressive behaviors that he would initiate on someone else there?
No, not that he would initiate. He did sometimes become angry, but it was very rarely, from my observation.
And at the times he became angry, was he able to manage that, or did you need to call somebody from the mental health facility to help him?
He was generally able to manage it. He could be talked through it.
So during the time that he was there, you said 1.5 years, approximately how many months was he on medication?
I would have no way of answering that. I know it was for at least 6 months, but other than that, I couldn't tell you. It could have been for 1 year, but I know it was at least 6 months.
So would it be fair to say that there were several months at the beginning that he was not on medication?
Yes.
Okay. And when he was transferred, did you have any interaction with the corresponding counselor at the new facility?
I talked to you're talking about when he was transferred this last time?
Yes.
I talked to I can't recall the title, but it's not my counterpart, but it's like the person who's in charge of programming, and I talked to them and had interaction with them. Yes.
And did they indicate he was settling well in his new facility?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Do you have any concerns that he would not be continuing to do well in his new facility based on your experience with him?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Cross. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baker, can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Brad Smith. I'm with the District Attorney's Office. Thank you for being with us today. When you said you were Colt's counselor, do you have a time frame of when you first met him and where he was his counselor?
Yes, I believe it was around April the 9th of 2024 when I first met him.
Well, so he didn't go in until September of 2024.
Okay, then my timing's off.
Do you think it was April of 25?
No, because I don't know the day that he was initially locked up, but he came to us several days after that, so
Okay.
he could have been early on.
Okay, so you were in his original, where he went to originally after the incident.
No, I was, without going into detail, I was in the facility he went to after he went to the original place after the incident.
Okay. And you think that was around April?
Well, obviously, I'm incorrect about the date, if that's not when it was. I'm trying to do it from memory. I know
Oh, that's fine. I'm just curious, because I know he moved around, and we're trying not to, for the judges, we're trying not to name places where he is. I know he moved around from different facilities. I'm just trying to pinpoint what time frame you were involved with this.
I know that it was fairly early on after the incident that he came to us.
Okay. Did you know why he was in there? Do you know what he did that caused him to be confined?
I did.
Okay. And have you seen, I know you're on Zoom now, have you seen the state's presentation of evidence over the last 2 days?
I have seen some of it. I've read reports and I've also watched some of it.
Okay. So are you aware of the evidence we presented about communications Colt had when he was in jail after the incident?
I am.
Okay. Are the rules based on communications in and out, are they basically the same for each facility?
They are.
Okay. And would those communications, are there certain rules about them and protocols about what would be appropriate communications in and out towards the children that are in your care?
Yes.
And what would those rules be in general? I know you don't have it in front of you, but just in general, your knowledge of that.
Well, we have policy and rules on that. I mean, in general, everything the kids say, is reported. So in general, they are cautioned not to say things that would be inappropriate or that would, just things that would be inappropriate. They're cautioned not to talk about their crimes and that sort of thing.
Do you limit who they're allowed to talk to?
Yes.
And who is that? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, they can only talk to people on their approved contact list.
And would fans of school shooters be people that he would be allowed to communicate with?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And so if he were to be finding ways to get messages to those people, that would be skirting your rules, wouldn't they?
It would be.
Okay. Do they have certain rules about what is allowed physically to be brought in to the facilities?
Yes.
Okay. And is he allowed to have personal effects in his cell? Or cell's probably a bad word, room he stays in?
He's allowed to have some items, not a lot, that they can have a few photos and a few other items, but basically what they have is what we give them, not personal things.
Okay. And these photos he is allowed to have, are they allowed to bring in offensive or violent content photos?
Absolutely not.
And do y'all generally screen for those things?
We do.
Okay. Would he be allowed, as part of your rules, to have photos of other school shooters on his walls?
No.
And how would y'all screen for that generally?
Well, if photos are brought in, they are checked by someone in security, different people that would check, but they will be sorted through and checked, and then there are room checks that go on where they will go in the room and check to see if contraband is in the room. So,
And
that's the way.
if a person in your facility was trying to get around that and pick particular photos that wouldn't be as noticeable, would that be trying to skirt the rules?
It would be.
Okay. Were you aware of the phone calls where he had with his mother where he talked about having pictures of school shooters on his wall?
I was not aware of them until after they had happened, and he was no longer allowed to talk to his mother.
Okay. So at some point, y'all cut off the communication with his mother?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much, Mr. Baker.
Mr. Allen, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
Was his room screened and searched every day, or at least on a regular basis?
Mr. Allen, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry, I turned off the microphone. Was his room screened or searched or swept on a regular basis?
Security does a check. I'm not sure. See, I'm not in security, so I don't know if they check the room every day. That may be so, but I know that they get checked on a regular basis.
And do you know whether or not any contraband or inappropriate pictures was found in his room?
I do not know.
Okay. And nothing was ever brought to your attention then, I guess, about them finding something in his room?
No, not that I recall.
Would it be part of the policy that if something were found in the room, they would report it to you as his counselor?
No, they would create an incident report, but that doesn't mean they can report it.
Okay. Would you be privy to the incident report?
Yes, I could look at the incident report.
Okay. And right now, do you recall any incident reports that were filed with any rule breaking or contraband in his room?
I do not.
Okay. And you had indicated that the calls with his mom were cut off. Do you remember what time range that was, after how many months he had been there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. All right. Mr. Baker, thank you. You are free to go.
Thank you.
All right. Will we need Zoom anymore?
Not for me, Judge.
All right. You can call your next witness.
Your Honor, I call Candace Gross to the stand. Stand and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please lower your hand, be seated, and introduce yourself to the court.
Hi, my name is Candace Gross, and I currently serve as the State DFACS Director and the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Human Services.
Now, Commissioner Gross, how have you gotten involved with this case with Colt Gray?
I became involved with this case when he was placed briefly into foster care.
And do you remember approximately what time range that was?
He was placed into foster care on October 6, 2025.
And as a director of DFACS, is it normally within your purview to deal directly with the children in care?
No, I took this particular case for various reasons, but mostly due to the legal complexity of the matter, a companion case that we had, and conflicts at the local offices and state office.
Did he also have any siblings in foster care?
He does.
And how many does he have?
He has 2.
Are they a brother and sister?
They are.
Okay. Are they still in foster care?
They are.
So would it be fair to say there is a pending foster case with the Gray family?
Yes.
Okay. Does that, the dependency case, does that cover both Marcy Gray and Colin Gray?
It does.
Okay. And what were the basic allegations that brought Colt to your attention?
Colt was placed into emergency custody by a juvenile court judge in Barrow, and the concern was that his mother was violating a court order with ongoing contact by making decisions for him while in juvenile detention.
And the child who is in the custody of DJJ, what's the complexity with regard to who the actual legal custodian is?
So for that particular case, technically, my understanding was that custody was removed from the Barrow County Sheriff, but he had been detained in a juvenile detention facility, although his parents still retained their rights. So that was a big legal complexity that we had to navigate.
And at that time, why was the father not able to maintain custodianship?
Another court order that he could have no contact.
Okay. And was he also incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time Colt came into care on October 6th, was his mother incarcerated?
I don't believe so.
Okay. With the current open defects case, are there any ramifications that still potentially impact Colt?
Yes, there are many.
Okay. And without belaboring the point too much, can we kind of get to what are the main concerns that you and the department have regarding the Gray family, both with Colt and his brother and sister?
His parents, their parents had extensive history with our agency over several counties over the years, recent years. And we also have that open foster case with his siblings. Over the years, we've had difficulty getting compliance from the parents, but primarily from their mother. And that is a big issue right now in the foster care case.
And you said there's extensive history. Does that history mean that the children were brought into foster care previously?
No, they weren't, but we had involvement in that. We had to make safety plans, service referrals, accommodations with what parents could actually provide, caregiving capacity based on the allegations at the time.
And in your capacity as director, do you have access to that history and all those files?
I do.
Okay. What kinds of parenting issues involving Colt, as well as the others, were raised in some of those files?
So some of the earliest information we had concerned truancy, physical abuse, substance abuse, domestic violence, verbal abuse, inadequate supervision. I mean, there's a plethora of issues that we've encountered over the years with the family.
And in your review of the cases, were there any indications that any of the children needed, like psychological counseling, therapeutic support?
Yes.
Are you able to describe any of that, especially with regard to Colt?
Yes. It'll give me just a second. I'm pausing in part just to make sure there's certain things that I keep confidential but properly describe it. There were concerns involving Colt's behavior at school, and there were, not too long after that, there were concerns raised about physical abuse by specifically their mother, involving Colt specifically. And that was an investigation that we formally opened, that across a few months we talked to various people, family members, the children, and we made a safety plan with some referrals for services for like therapy, if I recall correctly. And to the best of my recollection, the family did not follow up with those. So what we had done in that particular case is, once we did our investigation, we closed it, but we had those referrals made out to designated service providers, and what we expected is that with non-compliance, we would hear back. That did not end up being the case, although we still would have we'd have additional reports not long after that.
The parents were married, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of those investigations end up with an agreement that Colin was going to take custody of the children?
Yes. We had a case that went from a formal investigation to what I believe is a family preservation case, but essentially the way that it worked is we looked into allegations of domestic violence, substance abuse issues, that the children had been locked out of the home, physical abuse targeted at Colt, some verbal abuse, and that case ran from November of 2022 to, I believe, the end of October 2023. And at the end of that case is where, because of several failed drug screens by the mother, and essentially corroboration to an extent by collateral sources that the children were facing abuse, but Colt in particular, that's when we went ahead and placed the children with the father since he retained his legal rights. We try to avoid foster care if we can, if we don't have identified issues with a parent that, is able to take care of them, which is what our assessment was.
Now, as a frame of reference, can you outline for the court how a general investigation of that nature would take place? How it would go from an investigation to family preservation to a custody agreement?
Generally, what happens with any defects case is that we're going to get a report that alleges child abuse or neglect. It'll be specific types that that serves as the basis of what we investigate. If we actually have enough information to assign it for investigation, that's what a lot of people understand to be like child protective services. We'll do that investigation. I think we generally try to complete it within 45 days. Sometimes it can run longer, but what we're looking for is anything to substantiate the allegations of abuse. And we talk to the children, we talk to anyone else involved in their lives, we look at records, that kind of thing. We will unsubstantiate or substantiate the claims, and then at that point is when we decide if we need to stay involved or if we can safely close the case. In this particular matter, after we determined that there were still ongoing safety issues, we moved the case to that family preservation services type that I described, and that's when we're trying to deploy interventions that can mitigate ongoing safety concerns.
How do you determine if allegations are substantiated or unsubstantiated?
It's going to be a combination of sources. So we're going to look, we use a preponderance of the evidence standard, but what we're looking at is information that we gather from the children, from family members, from parents, records, like school records, medical records, different types of interviews and written sources to look at that and see if it meets the standards of the allegations that were made, but we may also uncover new allegations that, based on the evidence, we end up substantiating.
And does substantiation necessarily mean it gets into court?
No.
Okay. So in this case, you're talking about in 2023, Colin got custody of all 3 children?
I wouldn't describe it as him getting custody necessarily, because he still technically had it as they were married. I think they remain married. I could be mistaken. But what we did was we worked out a plan where the children would be with him, and he would be expected to limit contact, prohibit contact, essentially.
And in a case like that, would the department do follow-up visits with the, say in this case, the father, if the safety plan was for him to maintain custody and limit mom?
We would. Now, we would generally be looking for some information that indicates noncompliance. But what we often struggle with different families is like transients moving places, or a parent may have been compliant and become non-compliant, so we can't find them. So there are always a lot of factors that go into trying to follow up in general with a family.
How does it change your jurisdiction, say, from one county to another? How does that impact your ability to maintain any kind of follow-up?
Well, in that particular case, we actually had what I would describe as like dueling county involvement. So at times we'd have Jackson County DFACS checking, we'd have Ben Hill County DFACS checking, but and technically all of our staff have got access to the same system, so we can see records regardless of where the family may be located at that time. But if we don't know where they've gone and we can't seem to find a credible source of it, then we really get stuck unless we can find a neighbor that tells us where they've gone, or a family member, something like that, that could give us a new lead.
And you mentioned Ben Hill County. Is that where this particular case started?
I believe that it did, yes.
And following up with Jackson County, did DFACS or your office have any irregularities that they were concerned about after 2023?
Can you say that one more time?
Did your office in Jackson County have any irregularities or issues that they were concerned about following the children going up with Dad in 2023?
I can't readily recall anything. I think that because we had done pretty extensive work with the family, and we had this understanding that their father would continue to be making caregiving decisions, that's when we felt like it was safe to close the case. We hadn't gotten any reports. I don't believe we'd gotten another report for the lifetime of that case, in fact, and that ran from, again, November 2022 to, I think, when we closed it technically on Halloween 2023.
And the case then that brought Colt into care on October of 2025, was there an open DFACS investigation on the other children prior to him being involved in it?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
The children came into foster care at our request on September 5th, 2024.
So was it directly related to the shooting at the school?
It was, but also because of the prior history of the family, it became pretty clear to us very quickly that the mother was still very involved in their lives, and the severity of the issue meant that we went ahead and requested custody. We also couldn't, we didn't feel that we could vet alternatives to foster care, like family members and others, quickly enough, and there were some concerns, so we went ahead and requested emergency foster care.
And that was a month before you brought Colt in?
No, so his siblings entered foster care September 5th, 2024, and then Colt was placed in foster care October 6th, 2025.
Okay, so that was over a year.
Yes.
Okay. And in that intervening year, did your department have investigations ongoing that raised concerns to you regarding both those children and Colt?
Yes.
And what kind of concerns were those?
There were various concerns. There were concerns about inadequate supervision, inadequate, food, shelter, medical care for all of the children, educational neglect, ongoing substance abuse, in particular by their mother, threats that she'd made against Colt in particular. I mean, there was a significant amount of concern that we had to look into.
And at that time that you brought the other children into care, was the department aware that Colt was in DJJ custody?
Yes.
Okay. Was the department aware that Colt and his mom were having regular communications during that time?
Yes, we were.
How were you made aware of that?
I believe it was a combination of information from perhaps Colt's counsel or a guardian, perhaps it was actually a guardian ad litem that had been getting reports of his mother's contact with him in the facility and concerns about the content of some of their calls in particular. I don't know that I've adequately answered your question, but I remember that being a huge issue going into his removal into foster care.
And did the department have a position on whether or not contact should be maintained between mom and Colt?
Our position, at minimum, was that she was expected to comply with a court order, and I believe the court had issued a no-contact order between her and Colt in early July 2025, maybe end of June, somewhere around that time. There were concerns then about the calls that were being made, the content. Colt was not doing well, and there were concerns about her involvement, pushing him toward an inability to progress in some of his care at the facility.
And when you became his temporary custodians, did the department get access to information from DJJ on his medical and mental health issues?
Yes, we did.
What kinds of mental health challenges did they communicate to you that he was having?
The records were pretty extensive that they provided to me to review. So what I could see was that from essentially intake when he arrived for detention, he was getting workups. He's being fully evaluated for general health concerns, vision, like a well check, dental care, and then mental health needs, and that's where, not too long after intake, like within a few days after intake, he was describing what he said he believed were undiagnosed mental health issues and talking about, some of the prior things he's experienced, things that he was experiencing then, suicidal ideation, self-harm. And the self-harm, too, was pretty quickly documented in the records. They could see that he...
And normally for children who are in care, is DFACS responsible for making sure they get appropriate mental health as well as physical, medical issues taken care of?
Yes.
And would that mean that you and your department and DJJ would need to interface to make sure for your responsibility that all that was being complied with?
Yes, and we did.
And during your review of the information that you got from DJJ at that time, were you able to determine whether or not appropriate measures were being taken for his mental health?
I was able to make that determination. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, even though he entered foster care, and that was really also when I was trying to do my initial safety assessment, that's a component. I was doing these things at the same time. I also was asking basically any healthcare facility I could think of under the sun if they had any records involving Colt, because I couldn't really get great leads on where he'd gotten care. He was telling me he hadn't gotten anything except for maybe an eye check. He didn't recall going to any doctors over the course of his life. So I was sending those requests out, and I was also collaborating with DJJ staff to look at what they had.
And did you find anything that suggested that he had appropriate private medical care prior to coming into DJJ?
No. I was really surprised by the complete absence of care, because you normally don't see that. I mean, even with some families that struggle, you'll still see that maybe they've been to the pediatrician, prior years, but I wasn't really getting any luck there.
And during this time that he was in your care, what kind of other investigations were done by the department to determine what the family life and family structure was like?
So I needed to talk to several family members, so I did. I talked to his grandmother, I talked to paternal aunts, I talked to a maternal aunt, I talked to the clinical team at the facility, the educational team, administrative staff. I reviewed all those records, and I was trying to discern I was trying to discern, essentially whether he was safe there and was getting adequate care, and so I was looking at, what they had in their records at that time for diagnoses, treatment, any behavioral incidents, all of that stuff together.
Now, when you're assessing a case for safety, particularly with regard to medical, does the department take into consideration things like failure to provide treatment, failure to provide medical or counseling services if the child looks like they need it, failure to do dental and eye exams? Do they take that into account when they're determining what is neglect and abuse?
Yes. Those are, we have various categories of child maltreatment, and generally they're going to fall into, abuse, neglect, or other. And so what I was looking at is all of that information together and trying to separate them out into whether I had enough, I'd met with the evidence, the preponderance of the evidence standard for those different categories. And I ultimately did end up making several substantiations on both parents involving Colt.
And what, if you can, what were the categories of those substantiations?
So for his father, and again, this was focused on Colt in my case, for his father, I believe there were 11 categories that I recently substantiated for child abuse and neglect. And I'm going to make sure I get all this. So inadequate supervision, inadequate food, shelter, medical care, educational neglect, domestic violence, lack of psychological care. Let's see. There's a category for gunshot in our maltreatment codes, and that describes if a parent fails to adequately secure a weapon. And it discharges. There were many poisoning. That's one that I substantiated on the father and mother. But overall, across those, and I would have to look at my notes to remember all of them. But I believe Colin had 11 different categories across abuse, neglect, and other. Imminent risk of harm is the other category. That's where if they fail to comply with prior cases and now the children are in harm's way. Marcy actually, I think, had 12 substantiations, so more than Colin, and the reason for that is that I found enough evidence that she was physically abusing him. There were several sources that got into detail about how he was the target of her ire for various reasons over the years. That's not to say there weren't allegations against their father for also physically abusing Colt, but I couldn't find evidence of like marks and bruises like I did involving mother and Colt.
Now, part of, as I understand it, the case manager's job is to go out and see the child as well as work with the parents. Did you ever go out and visit Colt?
I did.
Okay. How many times, do you recall?
I don't. At least we have to do monthly visits. Just depending on when it was, I would do monthly, sometimes twice. I think for the month of November, I ended up that my visit was like at the tail end of October and then beginning of December, so I didn't technically see him in November, but we also would talk on the phone and I would stay in contact with with the staff there to make sure that he was doing well.
Did his brother and sister have a separate case manager?
Yes.
Okay. And just to reaffirm, you're not specifically a case manager, you were just performing a case manager role because of the complexity of the case?
Yes.
Okay. And during your visits and conversations with Colt, did you ever get a handle on, from him and or from DJJ, what they were doing to address his mental health needs?
I did. They would describe in the records, I can look at how his evaluations and diagnoses changed over time along with the medication. I could see where symptoms would wax and wane. I heard from Colt, too, about what he was experiencing. So I would ask him, generally, do you feel safe here? Is there anything you want to tell me? And let it be sort of led by him. Some concerns that I heard were that he was having a hard time sleeping. There were several self-harm incidents. They would adjust his medication. But the best I can tell from the records, I think that he arrived in September of 2024 and for several months didn't have medication. They were still doing a lot of evaluation, but he was describing what he was experiencing and seeing or hearing, anxiety. At times he would say mania or psychosis, and they would adjust accordingly.
And did the records reflect any improvement in his behaviors while he was being treated?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to talk to the personnel at the YDCs?
I did.
And did they also reflect that he had improved while he was on medication?
They did. And one of my earliest notes, I think this was in fact my first visit to see him on, I think it was October 8th of 2025. The staff said that, so I had my meeting with him, I then met for some time with staff, and my takeaway, which I have in my notes, is that they believed that the no contact order that had been effectuated against his mother in July, I believe, of that year, combined with the start of medication, those two things together had changed him into essentially a different child. He was sleeping better. He was eating. I believe it was that time that he went from losing a lot of weight because he thought he was being poisoned to starting to eat more, and they felt like no contact and medication is what the difference maker was. They believed that his mother was fueling this ongoing obsession with school shooters, and that then seemed to change direction for him. He started participating more and a lot of other positive improvements.
Now, Colt during this time was 14 and 15 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, with your experience with defects, is that a critical time for children in their development?
I'm not an expert in that area. Primarily, I'm an administrator of the agency, but I have been in charge of DFACS now for 5 years, and that, especially for younger boys, is a really important time in their lives. And we are concerned about more and more reports and investigations where teenage kids are exposed to awful things online.
Now, when you had your meetings with Colt, did he talk to you about wanting to have contact with his mother?
Yes.
What was his position on that?
He misses her, and he still misses her.
Is it the department's position that it's in his best interest to maintain the suspended contact?
I don't think that it's in his best interest for her to have contact, but I can tell that he desperately misses his mother.
Okay. During this time also that he was in your care, were steps taken by the department to initiate any kind of psychological evaluations for him?
Typically, we'll try to coordinate at the start of foster care that the child receive a trauma assessment, which they get through Medicaid, all children in foster care are on Medicaid, and a CCFA, which I think is like a comprehensive child and family assessment. I was not able to do those for a couple main reasons. He had gotten an extensive workup to evaluate trauma, is the response I got back from his clinical team. They didn't really want to have off-site contracted providers coming in-house to do that work. And, I wanted to respect the process. I didn't have a case to compare it to either, so, I wanted to just do my best with what we could.
And so you weren't able to get any independent evaluations?
No, but I, based on what I had heard from family members and others, there were some things I would have wanted to get checked. He had some very early school records that indicated it was either a 504 or an IEP with some concerning behaviors, and I wondered if he needed to be evaluated for autism spectrum disorder and some other things.
Did you, in your investigation, come across information that indicated that prior to the shooting, Colt had tried to get help from his family?
I did. His mother had been giving him Zoloft. So, when I talked to family members and him and even his siblings, it seemed pretty consistent that there was knowledge about how much difficulty he was experiencing. The inconsistencies were more about who knew what, when, and that's what the status was leading up to September 4th.
And though he was not brought into care before the shooting, had those concerns been raised to you after Colin and the family moved up to Jackson, would the department have initiated a new investigation?
Say that one more time.
Though he was not brought into care until after the shooting, had those concerns about his call wanting to get some help and the inconsistencies as to who knew what when, would that have been enough to raise concerns to the department to begin an investigation in Jackson County?
I believe it would have been.
And when, while he was at the YDC, were you familiar with what his diagnosis was?
Yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that? Obviously, if it goes into confidence areas that you can't divulge, but what can you tell us about that?
So my best recollection is, and this is like several hundred pages worth of documents, so bear with me, but that he came in, he did extensive screenings at intake. There was pretty regular involvement with like clinical review for the symptoms he was raising. There were some self-harm incidents. He was getting therapy, but I think it was the summer of 2025 when he, best I can tell, is when he started taking medication. And then there was consideration for generalized anxiety disorder, PTSD. At some point there was social conduct disorder. I don't believe that's still a diagnosis, or wasn't at the conclusion of my investigation on that limited record set. There was considerations for malingering that I believe got phased out. He was telling staff that he had.
Your Honor, I'm going to politely object. I don't think there's anything untoward going on, but we've already had a forensic psychologist that forensically went through all these things for this purpose and had a detailed report that is presented to the court about all these things. She seems to be trying to go more as a lay person reading these reports, trying to remember them. I believe it could be confusing in that this has already been presented in a more forensic, professional way, not taken back from her, but like she's trying to remember what she read, whereas the other witness was better at this. I think because it's the same thing, it's just confusing.
And, it's part of her investigation, and this goes to some of the conclusions that she's going to make with regarding the rest of the family going forward in the case, even though we will reach a point at which Colt will be removed from foster care.
So obviously the doctor that testified earlier had the background. He was admitted as an expert to go into those things. I recall his testimony. I have extensive notes from it. I'm going to allow her some leeway to testify, but I realize she is just recounting what she's read in reports and that she's not a mental health expert.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. So, again, you can go ahead and complete your understanding of what his diagnosis was relative to your investigation.
It changed over the course of their evaluations. So, he had reported some family history too of diagnoses like bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, and so there's some notes about that throughout.
Mm-hmm. What happened with Colt's position as foster child? Well, he was in RYDC. What happened after that?
He was essentially in the dependency case in juvenile court. The parties worked out a compromise, if you will, where instead of his either parent being involved in his day-to-day decision-making, that we believed that his grandmother, his maternal grandmother, could do that in lieu of foster care.
Okay. So was she given some kind of custody through the foster care?
The judge permitted her to effectuate a legal document. I can't recall if it's like power of attorney or guardianship, but something akin to that with the mother.
So at some point then, his case was closed with BFACS. Is that right?
His foster care case was closed. The investigative part, looking into the allegations of abuse and neglect, has continued. It's still technically open.
Right. Since that's still technically open, does the department have a direction that they're going with that?
Now that I have made substantiations against his parents, my plan is then to just formally work through the administrative process of closing out the case. If there were new reports that we got, then that could extend it. That's not uncommon either, but that's the status right now.
So then, at that point, then officially, DFAC's connection with Colt will be ended once you close that portion of the case?
Yes.
Okay. As you reach your conclusion, would it be the department's position that it's in Colt's best interest to remain not having much contact with his family until his legal position is resolved?
Right now, I wouldn't recommend that he has contact with his parents, although if there was some way that there could be appropriate supervision between he and his mother, then I would consider it because of his wishes that he's indicated recently.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Cross, Mr. Smith.
Hey, Ms. Gross. I'm Brad Smith of the District Attorney's Office. So just for clarification, when you say Colt's in foster care, that's more of a legal designation. He's not gone anywhere. He stayed in the detention center the entire time.
That's right.
Okay.
And he's not currently in foster care.
Right, okay. And that's a legal definition for like if someone needs to sign medical things and directives kind of stuff.
Yes, that can be a basis for it.
Yeah. And you were talking about his mental health issues. Were you following the court's or the state's presentation of evidence over the last 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that all of the mental health experts that he dealt with at the facility had found that he was malingering and not truthful about his symptoms?
An earlier clinician did. My understanding was that at some point malingering fell off as a diagnosis. I don't know what the current status is.
Right. So the first, I think it was Dr. Dupree, his first psychiatrist. They did testing and found out, and she suspected that he was malingering. They actually did tests on him that confirmed he was malingering. He was turned over to Dr. Ackerman, which is a psychologist. He followed him, and all this time he's not being medicated for anything. And he found where he was malingering, and then he then said, we're going to take away the malingering because he's not saying he has psychotic symptoms at this point. And then he was turned over to another psychiatrist, Dr. Freeman, I believe.
Judge, is there a question here? It seems like Mr. Smith is a savant at the moment.
Correct? Or do you not remember?
I don't know that I completely agree with that. Admitting, though, that I'm not a clinician. So, no, I mean, I did see that at some point there was a malingering suspicion. I think it was a diagnosis code in some of the earlier records, but then that it was removed.
Dr. Ackerman removed it.
That's right, and in some of my interactions with Dr. Ackerman and Dr. Freeman, they indicated that would happen, that they were trying to either rule it in or rule it out, and they thought it might, in fact, be ruled out. But I was that's a limited set of time that I was involved.
But the only time that it was in the records that it was ruled out was Dr. Ackerman. And then later on, Dr. Freeman found instances of him malingering to her, or him. Excuse me.
I don't know what was beyond that data set or record set.
After that he was interviewed by his psychologist, Dr. Richards.
Okay.
And given tests when was malingering then too.
I haven't been in, I don't know what's in any of those reports.
So we've had 2 other doctors saying he was malingering after that Dr. Ackerman took off the malingering diagnosis.
I believe you. I don't know. I wasn't involved in that process.
Okay. Well, you told the judge that the malingering had been taken off, and I just want to point out that that's not correct.
I understand. I'm sorry. My time was limited to a specific data set, and I just recall that being something that fell off as a diagnosis.
Okay, so let's go back to DFAC's first involvement with the case. That was started in August of 2021.
That was I believe the first report that we received on the family.
And that was on Colt had researched how to kill your dad on the school computer.
Yes.
And he would have been in 6th grade at the time.
I believe so.
So the first report had nothing to do with Marcy or Colin doing anything to Colt.
Not that I recall offhand.
And then the next report was in February 1st of 2022, so a few months later, and that report was that Colt was not enrolled in school.
I believe the next report was one alleging physical abuse by Ms. Gray.
Okay, so that would have been between the August and the February one?
We had the initial August report that you described. We had a report that alleged physical abuse involving Colt, and then we had I believe it was in back to back. We had reports about truancy for all the children.
Okay.
January, February. I'm sorry.
Okay, so between the August of 21 and February 22, around that area is when you had the physical abuse.
Yes, sir.
And that was Marcy, and it was specifically that she slapped Colt, correct?
It was, yes, that she slapped him and that he had a swollen lip.
Okay. And then, so then you had, in February, you had, all the kids weren't enrolled in school, but Colt specifically.
I believe the report it had for all of the children, being that they were excessively truant. It was like over 20 days for each child.
And then the next report came in, that was February, the next report came in that November.
Yes.
And that was Marcy being intoxicated.
It was several allegations. That I think was probably the primary one is substance abuse, but there were also concerns about the children's hygiene at school. The parents arguing, like domestic violence allegations, that type of stuff.
And the domestic violence was between the parents with each other?
Yes.
Okay. And then fast forward a whole year to October of 2023 is the next issue, and that is Marcy test positive for drugs.
That case, I think what you're saying is that case ran from November 2022 right to basically end of October the following year.
Right.
And that's because of a failed drug screen, one of a few in fact, but
Right.
yeah.
And then, so that was October, y'all gave the kids to the father.
Yes.
And then the case was closed on October 31st, 2023.
Yes.
Okay. So what we have here, the allegations are truancy, hygiene, and mom's using drugs, and there was one incident in 6th grade where mom slapped him.
There was for the case that involved allegations of physical abuse involving mom and Colt. It was more than one occasion of the allegations of hitting, but that was a very short case compared to the November 2022 to October 2023.
And that was back when he was in 6th grade.
I believe so, yes.
So in 2021 was allegation of mom physical abuse with him.
Yes.
But all you have substantiated is a slapping with the lip.
And in fact, it wasn't substantiated. We had contradictory accounts from the children.
So that was not substantiated.
It wasn't. The children had different versions.
Okay. Now, you said, you testified on direct that new things categories have been recently substantiated. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by recently substantiated?
So a DFACS investigation per policy, I think, is supposed to be completed within 45 days. It can run longer. It just depends on the case. Often, if you have history with a family, then you're not often. You have to look at all of that. And then if the current issue that you're investigating has multiple allegations, it can run longer, and in fact, mine did. So my substantiations were across multiple categories, and then I issued official notice, I think it was last Wednesday.
Last Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
And when did you agree to be, when was it agreed that you would be a witness in this case?
I think that we had talked about it leading up to the start of this. I mean, I kind of expected a subpoena, so I've been preparing one way or another, and I knew coming that I could be called, but he asked if I would be here.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, what came first? You knowing you were going to testify, or you substantiating these new claims?
Oh, I substantiated first. I didn't.
Last Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there were several sources for these new claims. What were the several sources?
Record review, interviews with different people, children, family members, other people that are involved in the children's lives.
Okay. So these several sources are Colt's family members?
Not just that. I mean, it could be the guardian ad litem that is assigned to any of the kids. In fact, it was. And then I'm trying to make sure I cover everybody that I've talked to. DJJ staff. I mean, so it wasn't just family members, but that's generally the universe of what I recall.
Process of substantiation, how long are we talking about where these sources came forward with these new claims?
Oh, I mean, they're not necessarily new. It's just that I was trying to make sure that I did a thorough investigation into each of them, and it was just significant review of materials.
Was it before or after Colt decided he was going to plead guilty and y'all knew there was going to be a sentencing hearing?
I didn't know what his goal was going to be for court.
Okay. I want to ask general, broad questions about EFACS and what y'all do, and thank you for what y'all do. How many children approximately does EFACS monitor for homelessness?
If you mean for open investigations that we have for homelessness,
Monitoring the children.
Oh, I don't know what you mean by monitor. I mean, we probably get several hundred thousand, maybe a couple thousand. That's almost pure speculation on my part right now about reports that have that allegation is one or many. But generally, we're not going to be investigating homelessness. We try to differentiate between like a poverty issue versus, actual abuse or neglect.
What about malnourishment?
You get everything you need to bring your business on.
I don't know the number offhand, but I mean, if it's also sort of a sliding scale to try to determine if it rises to the level of abuse or if it's neglect, abuse, or poverty. And so we'll be looking at prior history. We'll look at what collateral sources tell us as part of the initial safety assessment if we get a report that makes that allegation.
And how many investigations do you think in a year are for allegations of severe beatings of children?
The majority of the reports that we get in any given year are going to include an allegation of neglect. It's going to be primarily neglect in basically every county in terms of number of reports. For physical abuse, I can't recall where it falls in the like top 5, but I could probably get that information for you. We have it publicly posted.
We're talking hundreds, thousands?
Probably thousands. We get, I think last year we opened several thousand cases in general. I mean, so they would fall within those.
Same general idea about how many do y'all get referrals for children that had intentionally broken bones by their caregivers?
In what I would describe as more non-accidental trauma cases, then that's going to be a much smaller category. I don't know that we're even talking hundreds per year.
Okay. How about strangulation?
I don't know that number offhand. That's going to be a much smaller category.
Intentional burns?
I don't know that number offhand, but I think based on my anecdotal recall of our cases per year, it's going to be higher than an allegation of strangulation or non-accidental trauma.
How about sexual abuse?
It's going to be a pretty recurrent allegation that we get.
That's a pretty large number, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
How about rape specifically?
We categorize it as more sexual abuse or sexual exploitation. That's the maltreatment codes that we would use, so we don't refer to it as rape unless we've done the investigation and we have enough evidence to indicate that in fact occurred.
Okay. And the last is probably another subset is like child sex trafficking. Y'all get investigations for that?
We do.
How many do you think you get that in a year?
Several hundred, maybe we're looking at, you mean by monitor? We probably get several hundred thousand, maybe a couple thousand. That's almost pure speculation on my part right now about reports that have that allegation is one or many. But generally, we're not going to be investigating homelessness. We try to differentiate between like a poverty issue versus, actual abuse or neglect.
What about malnourishment?
I don't know the number offhand, but if it's also sort of a sliding scale to try to determine if it rises to the level of abuse or if it's neglect, abuse, or poverty. And so we'll be looking at prior history. We'll look at what collateral sources tell us as part of the initial safety assessment if we get a report that makes that allegation.
And how many investigations do you think in a year are for allegations of severe beatings of children?
The majority of the reports that we get in any given year are going to include an allegation of neglect. It's going to be primarily neglect in basically every county in terms of number of reports. For physical abuse, I can't recall where it falls in the top 5, but I could probably get that information for you. We have it publicly posted.
We're talking hundreds, thousands?
Probably thousands. We get, I think last year we opened several thousand cases in general. So they would fall within those.
Same general idea about how many do y'all get referrals for children that had intentionally broken bones by their caregivers?
In what I would describe as more non-accidental trauma cases, then that's going to be a much smaller category. I don't know that we're even talking hundreds per year.
Okay. How about strangulation?
I don't know that number offhand. That's going to be a much smaller category.
Intentional burns?
I don't know that number offhand, but I think based on my anecdotal recall of our cases per year, it's going to be higher than an allegation of strangulation or non-accidental trauma.
How about sexual abuse?
It's going to be a pretty recurrent allegation that we get.
That's a pretty large number, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
How about rape specifically?
We categorize it as more sexual abuse or sexual exploitation. That's the maltreatment codes that we would use, so we don't refer to it as rape unless we've done the investigation and we have enough evidence to indicate that in fact occurred.
Okay. And the last is probably another subset is like child sex trafficking. Y'all get investigations for that?
We do.
How many do you think you get that in a year?
Several hundred, maybe we're looking at 1,000 to 2,000. It's been going up in recent years.
Yeah. So to sum up, Colt had a less than ideal upbringing in childhood.
Yes.
But also to sum up, we've seen worse, haven't we?
I think that's fair, but child abuse or maltreatment in general is something we just want to try to avoid or work with the children to address the trauma.
I agree. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
In the context of intensity to a child, does it matter if they were abused by their parent by slapping in the face or having their arm broken? In their view, does it matter?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Judge, she works with an agency that has to make these determinations all the time and when they're working to reunify.
Calls for speculation.
Yeah, I'll sustain it. I think slapping in the face is not as bad as intentionally breaking a bone, but got another question.
Within the context of DFAC's policy, you don't really monitor cases, do you? You get them on referral?
Correct.
Okay. So then your resources with the department don't allow you to track every child or every circumstance that exists in the state of Georgia, right?
That's right. We rely on reports.
Okay. Is it reasonable to believe that not all cases that have severe abuse are reported?
Can you say that one more time?
Is it reasonable to assume that not all cases that have severe abuse are reported to DFACs?
Yes, it's reasonable. We often will find out later.
And when you get a referral and a report, do you have a legal obligation to follow through and make sure, whatever the intensity of the allegation, that the case is investigated?
Yes, and we have extensive policies that help guide case managers on what they should do based on the maltreatment codes alleged.
And is there a policy on how you handle families who have recurring referrals to DFACs?
There are several policies that apply, yes.
And so if a family has more referrals than, say, the standard, which may be one time over spanking a child, but several things, and it may not be severe each one, how do your policies interpret the way you approach that family?
We review all of the records that we have, including just reports, including if we did an investigation, what that is, all the different case types that we would have worked. And then we view them together to determine if there's like chronicity, if the severity of the claims, all of those. So it can be very discretionary, but that's why we have DFAC's policy that helps guide case managers.
And would recurring referrals raise more red flags than a single referral?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all, Judge.
Ma'am, do you mind spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's BROCE.
Thank you. You're free to go. Mr. Allen.
Hey, Judge, I have one more witness. I don't know if the court wants to break it out for lunch, or this witness, I don't know. I'm not sure how long it's going to take.
Do you think she's one, or he or she would be one before? I mean, we'd get done by 12 with them, or do you think they're going to be on the stand for an hour or two?
It's not going to be an hour or two, but I don't think we'll be done by 12.
Okay. Would you like to break now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a lunch recess. Be back at 12:50. Counsel. Yeah, just somebody
Okay, so the good thing about this is that we do have TiVo time, so we won't have to wait for this portion. So I will pull us past the lunchtime, guys. Hang in there with me. I am doing it. You can do your floors. You can't do no doggone floors, Gabber. You have to do that floor stuff later. No, I'm just kidding. Look, you got to do that floor stuff later. Yeah, that shit got to wait. Let me go in here and zoom us past this. The judge sound like he over him. He over him, his calls, his looks, his everything, his attorneys. And I really, 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 really think that I love this judge, but I really, really think that he is so far over them that is like ridiculous. But yeah, the defense like, no, this is what your client wanted. Remember? He was begging for this. He was egging it on. He wanted it. You better be careful what you ask for. And even after he did all of this horrific stuff, he sat in jail with his mammy. Yeah, I said mammy. He sat on the phone with his mammy, you know, trying to get self-promotion, get famous, keep this stuff going instead of sitting up there talking about how when he was crying like a bitch ass. Did I say, oh, sorry. I shouldn't have said the B word. But y'all get what I'm saying. Like, instead of sitting in the interrogation room crying like a biatch, he should have just said it with his chest. Like, hold 10 toes down. I'm pretty sure everybody else, all the other ones that you were looking up, did it. Or if not, why didn't you just do self-deletion? Like, just let's do it all. Like, let's do it all. Or don't do it. Like, you know, like such a coward. The young girl said it the best. Such a coward. He sat around here, Mason's sister said it the best. He sat around here pointing his little pew-pew at everybody, seeing her brother was scared, running for his life, and he did not stop. But how dare him? How dare him when the police come and point their guns at him for him to lay his weapon down? Ask them where they want him to place the weapon, how they want him to place it. Put his hands behind his back and go into the doggone detention room to give a statement and start all that crying. If he don't get the F out of here, them phone calls with that mammy, and she should have hung up on him every time he started wanting to talk that stuff. But no. She's encouraging it. I actually felt sorry for him at some point in time because I thought it was all about his upbringing and stuff. But nope, not no more. I surely do not. I do not. I'm just like, so. And I know the judge got to be over it. Like, how dare you? I'm glad that the only thing that he did that made this worth a while is that he decided to go ahead and take a plea deal and or whatever, plea sentencing. To save these families from all this traumatic stress again. Like, he been writing these notes, like he been planning this for years. And, you know, quiet as kept, if daddy don't know, you know, he was about to be a victim too. I just, guys, some stuff just get me hot, especially when I almost played for the fool. I almost paid for the food and felt some kind of sympathy for a person that may have some mental health stuff. No, y'all, this is evil. This is pure evil. And his mammy, ugh. Like, I don't know. I want to put her on blast so bad. Like, oh, that doggone Marcy. Like, Marcy with 2 E's. I'm be careful about these damn people with 2 E's in their name at the end. Dang on. Marcy with 2 E's, Casey with 2 E's, Megan with 2 G's. These people are sus. Like, I'm so mad. Oh. Oh my goodness. And they don't have DP down here in Georgia. I guess they probably wouldn't give it to him because he not 18 anyways. But y'all, yeah, I'm just, he is just, I'm so, all right. I'm going to take us back in here so we can listen to the rest of this stuff.
All right, we're all present. Mr. Allen, are you next?
Yes, Judge, I'd like to call Deborah Polhemus to the stand. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated and introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Deborah Polhemus.
Would you please spell your last name?
Polhamus.
What relationship are you to Colt Gray?
I'm Colt's grandmother, maternal grandmother.
From the time that Colt was born, have you been involved in his life?
From the day he came out, yeah.
And how much have you had access to him over the past several years? It was you. Describe that.
They rarely visited me, except during the pandemic. They stayed with me a lot then, but I was up there every month for their life, all their life.
Where were you living at that time?
I was living in Fitzgerald, Georgia.
So where is that?
It's about 4 hours south of here.
Okay. Would you drive up for those 4 hours to see him when you came?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
How often would you say during the early days of his life that you were able to drive up?
How often?
Yes.
I tried to come every month, sometimes 6 weeks. I was working, and I still had one in college, and I was traveling a lot with her, but I was usually up here once a month.
What town were they living in when, say, he was 1 to 5 years old?
Statham.
And where is Statham in relationship to this judge?
Statham is about 4 hours. It's just 10 miles from Wander.
Okay. And during those visits, would you stay in the home, or would you get him outside?
No, I stayed in the home.
Okay. How long would you stay with these visits?
Usually the weekend. I drove up on Friday after school and drive home Sunday evening.
And so after school, what was your profession?
I was educator, special education educator.
Okay. Did you have anyone in your family that was a medical person?
I did.
Who was that?
Well, my sister was a doctor. She died when Colt was young, and I had several aunts and uncles that were nurses and doctors.
Okay. Did you ever get involved in any of what they did, or did they teach you anything just on the side, like sometimes kids learn from their parents?
Not really. Most of what I learned studying. I worked with emotionally disturbed children for the last 15 or 18 years, and went back to school several times.
Were you certified in special education?
Yes.
When Colt was young, did you notice anything that in his development that gave you some concern?
Well, he was slow to walk. He was 18 months old when he finally started walking, and that I think was because his mom was in the hospital having Jenny, and I stayed with him and we walked all day because he was ready. He just didn't get the chance. But I noticed that he was restless. He was impulsive. He when he got excited, he would jump up and down and wave his arms. And but that was it.
Was he exposed to daycare in those days?
Yes.
Do you know anything about his interaction in the daycare?
Well, the first daycare he was in was when he was very young. And then Marcy took him out at 6 months because Coley lost his job and Marcy was working and they couldn't afford daycare. I offered to pay for it, but Marcy said no. If Coley was going to be at home, he could take care of him. So he was with him for, I think, maybe 4 to 6 months, and then they put him in the daycare center that was next to the school. I think it was called Helping Hands.
And how old was Colt at that time?
Colt was 2.5 by then, maybe. And that's where he was until he started school.
And when he started school, do you remember what school system he started in?
He was in Statham, in Clark County.
How long was he in that school system?
He was in Statham until the 4th grade, same school.
Did you ever have any contact with his teachers at school?
I did, not a lot. When he was in pre-K, they did a developmental profile on all the children. And Colt scored really well on everything but social emotional. So they decided to do what they call a 504. And it's a program that leads into or out of special education. It was for his behavior and his impulsivity. And if he got concentrated help and improved, then he would staff out, and if not, he would staff into special ed. And he received those services at the elementary, which was just across the parking lot. And then in kindergarten, he stayed in under the 504. And they staffed him out at the end of 1st grade because he was doing well. You know, we still have an incidents once in a while, but his grades were well. He was attending, and things just seemed to settle down.
How long did he stay in the school system in Statham?
He was in Statham through the 4th grade.
Okay. During that time, how was his parents? Were they having issues with drugs, or was it just financial?
Well, they always had issues. They were doing a lot of drinking at that time. And then they got way behind on bills. Coley bought a new truck, and he bought a camper, and he bought a fancy fishing boat, and they got way behind, and they had to sell the farm. And that was the real beginning of the downfall.
And how old was Colt when that happened?
He was 4th grade.
Okay. So 4th grade, would that be 8 or 9? Okay.
Yeah.
And did you notice at that time any impacts on Colt when that happened?
Well, he was miserable. I mean, they all were, you know. They got yanked out of their school, they got yanked out of their home, the only place they'd ever lived, and they moved to Gainesville and rented a house. And Coley was working, Marcy wasn't. Marcy was deteriorating, and they didn't go to school for a long time, and then she finally got him enrolled, and Colt and Jenny both seemed to really like their school there, but they were only there for a few months. They got evicted, and then they went to Jefferson, and they lived there for a while, and things were about the same. I think by that time Marcy had started on some drugs, and they got evicted from that house, and then the pandemic hit, and they came to Fitzgerald.
And Colt would have been about 10 years old during the pandemic? When they were down in Fitzgerald, did you notice anything about Colt and his relationship with his parents?
Well, Marcy got a job. Colt and Jenny stayed with me most of the time because I was doing school with them. Jenny spent the night a lot. Colt would go home. They moved all of their stuff into a 1,500 square foot house, and you couldn't walk in the front door, and it was all turned upside down. And they were just miserable. They didn't have anywhere to play. They couldn't nowhere to sit down and watch TV. So they stayed with me most of the time.
And how was Colt's social interaction at that time?
He didn't have any. During the pandemic, they were staying with me. I took them swimming and things like that, but they didn't really have any contact with other kids. I got them in school. And I would take them, in the beginning, Coley would take them. Coley didn't work. He never did get a job during that time. And so he would take them to school and pick them up. And we got Colt signed up for football. And he played football and had a really good time doing that. And Jenny was playing soccer. And then after DFACS got involved, Coley was not actually named on the initial report. It was just Marcy. So Coley got mad and just decided he was going to move them back up to Atlanta because he didn't want to have to deal with DFACS. So I'm incorrect. They moved to my house before Jefferson because when they moved back up, that was when they moved to Jefferson.
And was that the 2021 case we heard about earlier today?
Was that what?
The 2021 case that we heard about earlier today?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you remember about Colt and the incidents around that case?
Well, we reported them to DFACS because my other daughter did. I couldn't bring myself to do it. But she reported them to DFACS because they were just completely dysfunctional. Chloe was spending all day in the bed. Marcy was trying to drive and work, and she was on stuff, and he was on stuff. And I'd go over, and the kids didn't have anything to eat. And Marcy got mad one day and slapped Colt for a couple of times. And so we just decided to report them and see if we couldn't get some help. We couldn't get anything done. And DFACS was involved for several months, and then Coley packed them up and moved them back to Jefferson.
And at that time, was there any discussion about you possibly becoming a guardian for the kids?
No, Coley wouldn't talk about it. I had talked to Marcy several times about taking the kids, or particularly Colt, because Colt was the one who seemed to be having the most difficulty living in the house with his daddy and his mother. And she said that Coley would never let me have him, and that there was no point in even trying. That we didn't have enough proof to convince the courts that he was being emotionally, physically, mentally abused, neglected, whatever. So, and she said that she was afraid that if I tried to take him, he would kill him, or her, or me, or somebody. So they moved up to Jefferson.
Did you see any of the abuse between Coley and Colt that you were describing?
No, Colt never shared much of it with me. I think he knew I would worry, so he never said much. I did see, there was one incident when they were living in Jefferson where Colt and Coley were arguing, and I told Colt to go to his room. I said, just go to your room, shut the door. And the next thing I knew, Coley had gone up there and gone in the room and was yelling and screaming at him. So Marcy went up there and stopped it, but I never really saw him hit Colt. Little Coley used to tell me about it all the time, but I never saw it.
And during that part of the DFACS case that was still down in Fitzgerald, did you have any discussions with the DFACS workers about potential future plans for the family?
Well, we had talked about it. They had actually talked about, they were actually going to drop the case. They had decided, Marcy had been clean for a year, so they decided they would drop the case. Wait, I'm getting mixed up. That's the second time. I really didn't talk to them the first time much. Marcy was really careful about keeping me out of it a lot of times, and so I didn't talk to the defects worker then. I did talk to the defects worker when Marcy moved back down with Jenny and Colt the second time, but that first time I did not.
And still focusing on that first time, how was Colt reacting? What kinds of things was he doing that might have caused you concern?
Well, he wasn't really doing anything except staying in his room a lot, and that was because there was nowhere else to go. But he wasn't on the computer all the time at that time. He would draw, he would read, he'd go with me. You know, we'd go to the grocery store and go to my house, and we really didn't have any contact with anybody because of the pandemic.
How was his ability to make friends at that time?
His ability?
Yeah.
I don't know. He never got the opportunity. Now, when he started school, he met kids, but he didn't really have any. When he was playing football, he became buddy with some of the kids, but after football, that was it. You know.
After the COVID period and during this defects case, do you know what time range it was they started going back to school physically?
They started going back to school, let me get this straight. They were in school in Fitzgerald after the pandemic was over. We got them enrolled there, and then Coley left and took them up there to Jefferson. And it was a while in Jefferson before Marcy got them enrolled in school.
When they went to Jefferson, was it in the middle of the school year?
I wish I had my notes with me. Yeah, it was, I think, January or February. Coley decided to take them out, I think in December, snatch them out and take them up there.
So do you know how long Colt was out of school in Jefferson after they went out before he got back in?
I'm trying to think. That would have been the 7th grade. And he started them in school. Marcy started them in school not long after they got up there. And then they got evicted from Jefferson, and they moved to another area in Jefferson, another house, which put them on the other side of the county, so they had to start on a new school again. And they were there, I think they finished out the year there. And then in the 8th grade, that was when Colt didn't go to school. I went and got Marcy and the other two and made them come to Fitzgerald because I just couldn't keep myself spread that thin. And Colt chose to stay with his dad, and he didn't go to school at all that year.
And so during his 8th grade year, he was solely with his father?
There was a time that he came down, I think in the summer, but I don't think he came down during the school year.
And how often were you able to go back and forth with the kids down living with you? How often were you able to go back?
I went very few times because Marcy was, by that time, she was pretty strung out, and I had Coley and Jenny, and I was taking them to school, picking them up, feeding them, and trying to keep up with her, and so I didn't get up there very much. We didn't even talk a lot.
During the time they went to Fitzgerald, was Marcy still having the drinking and drug problems?
Yeah.
Did DFACS get involved again down there?
Yes, they did, and that was when I talked to the DFACS worker, and she got off of them, and then she went for a while without taking any and was passing all the tests, and but she never did really quit. Not then. She did at one point, but she had started back by then.
Was that the time that Coleman took all the kids again and moved back up because DFACS gave him custody?
Yeah, that was when the incident happened with Marcy and me. And I called DFACS. Marcy told me that DFACS had decided to drop her case because she had been a year drug-free. And I called the DFACS worker and told her that Charlie and I were going to Virginia for a week, and that the kids were going to be staying with their mom, and that I needed to know if they would stop by and do a checkup just for me. And they said sure, and of course they stopped by, and she tested positive for 3 or 4 different things. And I was still in Virginia, so that was when they called Coley. They had to leave her with somebody, and they couldn't leave her with me, so they called Coley, and he came and got him.
And just to clarify for the court, who is Charlie?
Charlie's my husband.
Okay. And all this time the kids are back and forth in your home, Charlie's there too? How much conversation or interaction did you have with Colt during the time the kids were down there and he was up with his dad?
Not a lot. Not a lot. I went up, I think, maybe once or twice, and we talked on the phone some. But Coley was real good about changing his, I shouldn't say that. But little Colt, the last time I was up there visiting when the kids were with their daddy, little Coley kept begging me to stay. And I told him, I said, I'm coming back. I'll be back in a week or 2. And he said, Mammy, my daddy's always so much nicer to Colt when you're here. And I sat down with him and I said, well, what does your daddy do? And he's always yelling at Colt, and he's always fighting with him, and he hits him, and you know, that was out of the innocent mouth of a child. Little Coley was 8 at that time. So it was still going on, but I never saw it. You know, Coley was always hunky-dory, hey, Mamu, come on in. But apparently it wasn't that way all the time.
So when the other 2 children were going back then with Colin, was he up in Jefferson County area still? I mean Jackson County area?
When the kids went up there?
Yes.
No, he was, he and Colt had moved to Bethlehem.
Okay.
While I had Marcy and the kids, Coley told me that he wanted to try to find a place that was less expensive because he only had his income, and so he found the house on Harrison Mill Road in Lander, and they moved there. And when the kids came up, that's where they all stayed.
And when they moved to Bethlehem, did that cause a disruption for Colt's school?
It caused a disruption for Colt because he made the comment to me that he loved Jenny and Coley, but it was always so much more chaotic when they were there. You know, apparently he and his dad had kind of settled into a groove, and he was afraid it was going to get turned upside down. But by that time, Colt was spending a lot of time on his computer, obviously, and I just didn't realize it. But you know, when he come out of his room and we'd sit and talk, it was just like Colt, you know, in the beginning.
What, if anything, did you notice, or what event happened that made you start worrying about Colt specifically with this development and mental health?
Well, the most recent of things and the most concerning was when his mother left rehab. They had gotten into a groove, and Coley was really trying. He was doing the best he could at that time for the first time. Marcy left rehab and went to Winder.
Approximately what year frame is this?
I'm sorry, what?
What year, what time frame is this?
This was in June, July, before the shooting.
Okay.
And
a few months before the shooting?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she, the day that she got there, I got a call from Jenny, and she said, "Mommy, my mama's here." I said, "No, I just talked to your mom last night. She's still in rehab." "No, she's here." I said, "Well, let me call your daddy." And I hung up, and before I could call Coley, Colt called me. "Mommy, did you know my mama's up here?" I said, "No, I didn't until Jenny just called me and told me. So let me call Coley and find out what's going on." Well, from that point on, it just slowly deteriorated.
And what kinds of behaviors was Colt exhibiting that caused you concern?
He was much more anxious, much more verbally abusive and hostile. Even to me, if you were in here and heard all the conversations when in his dad's trial, he had never talked to me like that, and that was an indication to me that he was really, really struggling.
Did you try to suggest anything for Colin or Marcy?
I talked to him about getting some help for him, getting some therapy or some kind of treatment, and I always got met with the same thing. "We'll call the doctor. We'll call somebody. We got to wait for the insurance to kick in." And I told him, I said, "I'll pay for it. Just get him some help, you know."
As a special ed teacher, did you have any concerns about specific issues with Colt, or just wanting to find out what's going on?
Well, the thing I was most concerned with in those last weeks was that he just got highly, highly agitated and impulsive. And he began having, the last couple of weeks when I was around him, he was having irrational thoughts. And he was almost to a point of not making sense. Sometimes when he would talk, just erratic.
What did you know about the gun that Colt had?
I knew that his daddy bought it for him for Christmas. Coley told me that he got it because Colt seemed interested and he really wanted to find something that they could do together. From the time Colt was little, Coley talked about taking him hunting, Of course, he bought the gun and they went hunting once. That was kind of the way things happened. But I didn't know that much about the gun itself. I knew it was an AR something, but that didn't mean anything to me. I knew it wasn't a handgun.
Did you ever see it directly in Colt's possession?
I did. He came in the kitchen and showed it to me when I got up there at Christmas. And then once when I was in his bedroom, he had it in there and he showed it to me and talked about how you load it and how you shoot it.
Did that cause you any concern that he had the gun in his bedroom?
Honestly, it didn't at first because my daughter had BB guns and she kept them in her room. I mean, we never had real guns, but Coley kept guns all over the house until Marcy sold them all. When they lived at the farm, he probably had 20 or 30 guns. And some of them were locked up, but most of them were just sitting in the corners. My daughter always told me it's a miracle I didn't get run over by a train. I'm so oblivious to things, but Colt didn't walk around with it all the time. It was just in the corner of his room, and I just honestly didn't think anything about it.
And then in the June event that you were referring to in 2024, did anything come up that made you concerned that he had access to a weapon based on his increasing aggression and anxiety?
No, I asked him one day if he kept a dinner all the time, and he said some of the time, and then he told me that he had asked his dad to put it up for him. And then the last time I was up there, he came in and said, I told my dad I wanted him to lock my gun up. This was when I fell and broke my hand the week before the shooting. And I just figured that Coley did.
And did Colt's behaviors ever rise to such an extent that you attempted to get some kind of appointments in place for them to...
Yeah. Colt had a really bad panic attack at school. And the counselor called his dad, and his dad told him he couldn't come and get him. He was at work. So she called me and asked me if I would just talk to him. So I did, and calmed him down some. And I told him, I said, even if I leave right now, I can't be up there before school's out. You're going to have to stay there. So just stay in the counselor's office and sit down and do some deep breathing, and I'll be up there in the morning. I'll come up in the morning. So I got in the car the next morning and drove up there. He called me when he got home from school to let me know he made it home okay on the bus. And I went up the next morning, and Colt was at home. And I asked him how he was feeling. He said he was feeling better. And I told him that I was going to the school, and I went to the school to meet with the counselor. And I told him, I said, I don't have an appointment, but I really, really need to speak with the counselor. So she did see me, and we talked about what my concerns were, that I just had this feeling that Colt was going down a rabbit hole or something. And she said that they had just started using a certified therapist with some of the students, and that if I could get Coley to fill out the paperwork, she could start seeing Colt. So she emailed the paperwork to Coley, and he did fill it out and emailed it back. That was on Wednesday. No, that was Thursday. And she told me that she would be at the school the next Thursday, and she could see him then. So then I left there and called the behavioral center in Athens, and I told him what the situation was, that I was very concerned that Colt was just really, really struggling and wanted to know what I needed to do to get him in. And she said that we could just walk in, fill out all the paperwork, and they would keep him. And they would keep him for several days if they needed to find out what was going on. And I asked her about insurance. I said, if he doesn't have insurance, can I pay for it? And she said, are you his parent? And I said, no. And she said, well, if you're not his parent, we can't take him. We have to have a parent. And I said, well, I don't know if I can get his dad to bring him. He's got real crazy about getting him to somewhere. And she said, well, if you bring him on Saturday, we don't have very many patients on Saturday, and most people don't even know we're open. We'll be ready, and you can bring him and fill out the stuff. So that was the plan. We were going to take him Saturday. Well, when I left the school, I fell and broke all of the fingers in this hand, and I went to the emergency room, and the doctor put a bandage on it and told me that I needed to see the orthopedist as soon as possible. So I told Coley that I was going to go home and see my daughter called and made me an appointment for the very next morning, that I was going to go down and let the orthopedist see my hand and see what needed to be done, and then I would come back. And I asked him if he was going to take Colt, and he said, yeah. Well, then Marcy told me she would go up and they would take him together. So I came home, went back to Fitzgerald, met with the doctor Friday, and Saturday morning, Marcy was still at the house, and I asked her, I went by there, she was staying at my mom's house by then, and she said that she and Coley had gotten into a big argument and he wasn't going to meet her to take Colt to the doctor. So we didn't go, and of course you know the rest of it.
And what week was that you broke your hand and then you set up this?
That was the last week of August. It was the week before the shooting.
So that appointment would have been on the Saturday before September 4th. And then, from what you just said, they never made the appointment.
Well, I actually made the appointment. They just didn't go.
They didn't go.
Yeah.
And did Colin take any other steps between that day and September 4th?
I called 2 or 3 times to find out how things were going, and he said, "Oh, things are good. Colt's been fine." Colt didn't have a phone by that time, so no, he did. But I called him and he didn't answer. And then
when did you first find out about the shooting?
About the shooting?
Yes.
I was at the house, and Marcy was over there, and Coley called, and he called Marcy. Marcy didn't answer the phone, so he called me and he said, "I need to talk to Marcy." I said, "She's right here." So I handed her the phone, and he read the text message that Colt had sent, and Marcy said, "You need to get in your car and you need to leave right now and go to the school." And she called the school and talked to the counselor and told the counselor that they had just gotten the text message. She had by this time gotten one too, and that she was terrified that something was happening and that they needed to go find Colt. So.
Did you drive up to?
We did. We left just a little while after that.
And when you got to Winder, is that when you first spoke with Inspector Smith?
With who?
Inspector Smith?
No, I didn't speak with him then. We went up, and it was like crazy. So I told Marcy, I said, "I'm going to take Coley and Jenny back to Fitzgerald. There's nothing that they can do here. I want them in this." So when I got Coley, and when I went to get Jenny, she said she didn't want to go, that she wanted to stay there with her daddy. So I put Coley in the car, and we headed back to Fitzgerald. And we had just gotten to Fitzgerald and gotten him to sleep when DFAX called, when the sheriff called and said we had to come back. That DFAX was taking the kids, and I needed to bring him back. So I got him in the car and turned around and drove back to Winder to take him. And it was sometime that next day, I think, that I talked to the investigator at the sheriff's office.
And that was when DFAX took the children in the chair?
They already had Jenny. They had taken Jenny when Coley went in to do his interview, and they took Colt. They were waiting for me. I got back up there about 3 o'clock in the morning, and they were waiting for me at the sheriff's office.
Now, when you were interviewing with Inspector Smith, did you give him any of your thoughts as to why this happened?
I honestly can't remember, but I'm sure it had something to do with his mom and dad. By that time, my brain was so fried. I honestly don't remember a lot of what we talked about in that interview.
Had it been your desire for Colt to get mental health treatment? Did you want him to have mental health treatment?
Absolutely.
In your capacity as a teacher, did you find that to be important?
Yes, absolutely.
At this point, nothing we can do to change the shooting. But given your experience and you're living with Colt, do you feel like long-term, if he gets treatment, he could be a productive person?
Absolutely. I know that's hard for a lot of people to believe, but the Colt that I knew and the Colt that I know now is not the Colt that did all of this. His mind was so distorted and just discorded that he had convinced himself that this was the way for him to go because he could be somebody. All he ever wanted was to have a friend. All he ever wanted was to be included and loved. I found a note in his room. I found this before the sheriffs got there. We went to the house after it was all over, and I had taken Coley. And I told Marcy, I said, I'd like to go and maybe get a few of the pictures and things. I don't know what we will have access to. And then I found a note in he had a little book that he kept on the fireplace that he made notes in. And there was a new one that was in there, and it said, why can't somebody just love me? And that's the way Colt felt.
You still have contact with him now, right?
Every week.
And you visited him in person?
Every week.
You have phone calls with him? How has he changed from the time he was first incarcerated to now?
From when?
From the time he was first incarcerated?
He's so much better. Colt was in desperate need of routine. Structure. He never had it, ever, except at my house. The first time we ate dinner in the pandemic, he said, Mama, can we please eat at the table? We never eat together at our house. That was all he ever wanted, and now he's got structure. And he's on medication, and it's helping him sleep. I called Dr. Friedman one day while he was at his first facility. Colt was still talking about hearing voices. And I said, well, do you know which voices you're hearing? He said, it's mostly my daddy. And I called Dr. Friedman and I said, Colt has been tormented by his parents and his daddy all his life. I don't want him tormented the rest of his life. You need to do something to help him with these voices. And he did. He put him on medication and it really helped. And now they put him on something to help him sleep, and he's thriving. He's getting a lot of therapy at the new facility, and he's got a little more space, and he's more like the Colt that I saw growing up than he has been in 7 years.
Is he active in school? Education program? Has he listed to you some of the things that he wants to do at this facility?
Well, not necessarily at this one because he won't be here that much longer. But when he gets moved to a long-term facility, first thing he wants to do is go back to school. He wants to go to school and study. He's been doing a lot of reading, and he's starting to work on his GED. And he's been doing, we've been talking a lot about mediation. The group that he's with, sometimes kids will get into arguments. And one day he told me that two of the kids were arguing, and he said, I just kind of got between them and tried to talk them down. And I said, well, that's called mediation. Maybe that's where you need to look. You could become a mediator as much as you needed help. Now you can give it to somebody else.
Have you been in contact with the administrative folks at the YDCs that he's a...
Yes.
And have any of them indicated to you that he has behavior issues that disrupt other or towards other people?
The first facility, the only thing I heard was when they shared with me that he just was really restless and seemed agitated some. The therapist that he had there was really good at working with him, but he left, and then when they started him on medicine, he got even better. No, I actually had a conversation with one of the counselors from his new facility the other day. He called just to check in and said that Colt was doing really well, that he's doing well in school. He's, he abides by the rules, and that's all he ever needed was to know, this is what you need to do, and he'd do it, but...
This court is going to make a decision on what to do next. Do you have a request of the court as to what you would like for them to decide?
Well, obviously, Colt pled guilty because he did it. There's no denying that. He's accepted that responsibility. We've talked at length about remorse, how bad he feels about it, and how he wishes he could change things, but he can't. I would like, obviously, as his grandmother, and knowing what a great person he was before the trauma and since, I'd like to see him have a chance at some point to prove himself, to mediate, to do something productive. And I told him, I said, if you don't get out of prison, you can do it there. But if you do, you need to make sure you're ready to shine and show people that you are worthy. Seek forgiveness and go on.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Cross.
Okay, so Debbie, I'm a little confused. What time did you get to Winder on September 4th?
What time did I get what?
To Winder on September 4th of 2024?
It was after lunch.
So you left at like 10 o'clock to drive up here. No earlier than 2, right?
No, it couldn't be earlier than that because, you mean on the day of the shooting?
On the day of the shooting.
Okay, no, we didn't leave until probably lunchtime, got up here around 4.
Okay. And you're saying you got there before law enforcement arrived at it?
No, they were all over the place.
Okay.
No, it was the next day that we went over there after we had brought Coley and them back. And we went to the house because we had a key. I had a key because I was in and out all the time.
Earlier you testified that you found the note before law enforcement.
No, I'm sorry. No, it was the next day. I wanted to go by there. I had taken some of, over the years, I had collected things of their lives that I didn't want to disappear. Pictures, drawings that they had done, toys, Christmas ornaments. And when they moved in with their daddy and things settled, I took a lot of that up there to them because I knew in all the moves that they went through, things got thrown away, and I didn't want everything to get thrown away. So when we took Coley and to DFACS, we had gotten a hotel room, and the next day before we left to go home, I told Marcy I wanted to ride by and see about getting some of that stuff. I said, because I didn't know what was going to happen to the stuff in the house. I figured that we would at some point in time have to pack everything up if Coley wound up going to prison, but I didn't know. So that was when I found the note.
And where was this note?
It was on the fireplace.
The fireplace that law enforcement went over that entire house with a fine-tooth comb for a day. And you're saying law enforcement didn't find this note, but you did.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Where is the note? Did you give it to law enforcement?
No, it's at my house.
You didn't think that would be important to give to your attorney or his attorney?
Well, no. I mean, I could bring it back to you if you want it.
No, I just would have assumed you would have brought it.
Well, it wasn't something that I intended to bring up because I just figured it was going to be question and answer. What did you do? What did you not do? But since I got into the story form and I found that note,
Okay.
I guess that's just one more mistake I made in the whole situation. I didn't think it was something that mattered to anybody but me.
Well, you're here asking for the judge to give your grandson some remorse, or not remorse, but give him the benefit of the doubt and give him a chance to get out. And you want to present evidence to this court about why you think you should get out, and you obviously thought that was important.
I did think it was important, but not about him getting out. It was just important to me because that's the way he'd always felt. Nobody loves me. Why can't somebody love me?
And you've paid for his defense attorney, correct?
I did.
And you've paid for his psychologist, correct?
I did.
And you believe his parents failed him, right?
Yes.
You believe part of the reason we're here today is because Marcy and Colin were terrible parents, right?
I wouldn't call them terrible, but they're pretty close.
Okay.
I mean, that might not be the word I'd use, but
And
yeah.
you want to make sure that you can do everything you can to give Colt a chance today. Because you believe you also made mistakes, right?
Because what?
You believe you also made mistakes in this whole situation, right?
Well, I'm probably the most guilty of all in this situation because I was the one who could have done something and didn't. Because I was vulnerable enough to listen to my daughter say, you can't take my son, my husband won't let you.
But at the end of the day, Colt is also responsible for
Absolutely.
his actions, right?
Absolutely.
And you've been in here this whole time during the sentencing. You've listened to everything that the state has presented, correct? And one of the things that we presented was a jail phone call between Colt and Marcy, and you were present for that on December 5th.
Most of the calls that they took, I wasn't even in the room. Marcy was staying with us at that time.
Marcy was staying with y'all, and she would talk to Colt. You would also drive her up to see Colt, right? Because she didn't have a license at that time. And on one of these calls from December 5th of 2024, you're in the room when they're talking about watching documentaries of mass shooters, correct? And Colt actually wanted you to watch some documentaries. And you did. And he wanted to know if you saw some similarities between him and James Holmes, right? Okay. And you watched it, you said you saw some, but not a ton, right?
Yeah.
And you did that because he wanted you to watch it, right?
Well, he asked me to watch them, but the main reason I watched them was because I wanted to see what it was about the shootings that was so intriguing to him.
And so this is 3 months after the shooting, after he committed his own mass shooting, and he's still watching documentaries, and you're watching them for him.
No, I wasn't watching it for him, I was watching it for me.
But you watched it because he asked you.
I did, yeah.
And on that jail call, we don't hear you say, stop watching these, what are you doing, right? You do it. You don't call his counselor, you don't call DFACS and say, hey, Colt's still watching documentaries, he needs to get some help, right? You didn't do any of that?
No.
Okay.
But I didn't realize he was still watching them. I thought they were documentaries he had watched before. I didn't know that he had access to any. Once he went to YDC, he didn't have access to anything.
But you know he's still talking about it and he's still interested in it.
Yeah.
And you actually watched it, like you just said, because you wanted to see why he's so interested in these things.
Ask and answer.
And you do stuff for Colt because you don't want him to get mad at you, right? You want to placate him.
I want to what?
Placate him. You want to do what he says so he doesn't get mad at you.
No. I tried to help Colt because nobody else was helping him. He got mad at me when he was 3 years old, but that was okay.
And kind of as you were leading up, as we're getting closer to the shooting back in August and September, he was getting mad at you a lot.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there were lots of red flags that were popping up everywhere. He's got a gun in his room. He's interested in mass shooters, which everybody knew about, right? He actually called you and asked you if you would still love him if he did something terrible. You specifically told Colin you need to get him treatment, right? And he's having anxiety attacks, right? But you never thought that he would ever do something like this, right? And you admitted, you said your daughter calls you oblivious. You're kind of oblivious to things, right? And you're oblivious to Colt's red flags, essentially, right? And you were in here listening to all those phone calls where Colt and your daughter are talking about what a popular mass shooter he is.
Yeah.
And that was really hard for you.
It was. It was devastating.
Because you never would have thought that your grandson, your favorite, would ever have been excited about being a popular mass shooter, right? Never in a million years would have thought that.
Never.
And you also don't know that if given the chance, he wouldn't do this again to get more notoriety, right? You can't say that.
No, I can't. Absolutely not. There's no way anybody could say that.
And you also know, and you said it, that the best place for him is in custody because that's where he has the most structure and that's where he thrives, right? And that's where he should stay, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Come down.
That's my last witness, Your Honor.
All right. Your client has a right to make a statement if he wants to. I don't know if you've discussed that today or.
We're not making a statement, Judge.
All right. You all ready for closings, or do you need a break?
I'd like a restroom break.
All right. Take 10 minutes. All right, for the record, we're all present. State has the right to open and conclude.
Your Honor, the impulse in something like this would be to give an impassioned plea, but I can't match the eloquence of the victims when they spoke on Friday, and I cannot comprehend the depths of their loss. So I will leave that with them, because I think they touched on it perfectly. But I do want to talk about Mr. Gray. I think it's become abundantly clear through the state's presentation of evidence that the ultimate goal of all of his actions and his underlying motive was to be famous, not in the sense that we adults think of fame, but specifically famous and popular within this subculture community known as the TCC. He self-identified as this, and he was an active, exuberant member of this group. And when this case happened, coming into it with an adult's perspective, and the investigation caught Colt right then, and then quickly in the days after started to notice the guilt of his father kind of put aside thinking about Colt. And as the father's case went forward, I focused more on the father and what the father was doing. And it wasn't until after that trial, when we thought about this trial and this sentencing, that I started turning back to what was in Colt's mind. And I'd always just assumed that he was just this kid, had a bad upbringing, got wrapped up in this adoration of school shooters, and then he went and did this horrific act. And I just assumed that his response was, oh my God, what have I done? And it wasn't until this summer when I started digging into what Colt was thinking that the horror of what happened is not even the end of it. Because the shooting was not the culmination of the plan. The shooting was just one of the steps of the plan. The plan was ultimate and lifelong fame inside the TCC. He took steps before the shooting took place to put Easter eggs, callbacks into the case, anticipating today, anticipating these things, us being here, releasing them into the wild to keep his fame going. He put symbols and phrases on his rifle that all pertained to things that were important to the TCC. He staged his computer to look like Adam Lanza's. If you notice in those pictures, Adam Lanza had multiple screwdrivers around it set up in the middle of his room. He had multiple screwdrivers set up in the middle of his room and the hard drive open, exactly like Adam Lanza's. And it's not a coincidence, because you heard in his jail call him say, wait till the crime scene photos of my room are released. He thought about it ahead of time. The day he's doing the shooting, and he's supposed to be so lost in his mental illness, he has enough wherewithal to stage that in anticipation of the day in the future when they would be released. He sends the same text messages minutes before the shooting that Nicholas Cruz sent minutes before his shooting. This is not someone who's in some sort of uncontrollable emotional breakdown. He is still calculating up to the second of the shooting. He places his notebook on the desk to be found with all of those Easter eggs, referring back to Nicholas Cruz, Adam Lanza, James Holmes, because he knows they will be released at his trial. And then the shooting came, the next step of his master plan. Jason Smith interviewed him within the hour of the shooting. And he continues. He has the mental wherewithal within an hour of the shooting to place more Easter eggs, more callbacks inside that interview. The purple gloves. He must have said the word purple 5-6 times. Calling back to Kyle Rittenhouse. Telling them that he called the hotline. A blatant lie. And another callback to James Holmes. He's saying this, more steps are being done to his ultimate goal of eternal fame after the shooting. He mimics Nick Cruz's arrest interview. I hear voices. Oh, I blacked out. This is not someone who's in an emotional breakdown and realizes, oh my God, what have I done? This is someone who's in the midst of their plan and they're still going through with it. Within a month, he's getting the word out through his mom. He's looking to see the posts, if he's popular or not. He has already sent pictures to Mandy for Mandy to release. They're released. He's so excited. And make no mistake, Marcy's disgusting, and her actions are contemptible. But he's the one that's directing her what to do. He's the one that says, pull up Tumblr, pull up mass killers on Reddit, call Mandy, tell Mandy to do this, make sure that happens. I know she's supposed to be the parent, but he's the one that's directing all this. On the day of his court hearing in May of 2025, 9 months after the shooting, he came into this courtroom for a hearing where the weight of what he has done is supposed to fall upon him. And he's supposed to contemplate his rehabilitation, his sentencing, what is going to happen to me legally that day. But what does he do that night when he gets home? He's back on the internet, back in the TCC, concerned about what those people in the TCC think about his hair. And he's saying, get the word out. I'm going to grow my hair back out because they liked it longer. He had a bad childhood. We're not contesting that. But the childhood he had, and to try and say that that had anything to do with what he did, is offensive to the thousands of children in Georgia who are truly, truly brutalized every year. I know he's had a bad upbringing, but like I said, the defects. In this courtroom, we've seen a lot worse. And he's the only one in the history of Georgia who has ever taken an assault rifle into a public school and opened fire on perfect strangers simply so he could be famous. This is not easy, Your Honor. As the son of boys, the father of boys, I understand completely what Dr. Richard said. 14-year-olds have not fully formed into what they're going to become. I completely agree with that, and I understand that. But we've seen no evidence he has any ability to develop a conscience or any ability to ever fully value human life. It's like a shark in the swimming pool. I don't know why the shark's the way he is. Is he born that way? He had bad parenting? Is it instincts? Something terrible? It's truly evil? I don't know why the shark is the way the shark is. But I do know one thing. He can't be in my pool. Colt Gray cannot be in society. And I ask you to sentence him to life without the possibility of parole.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. There's a reason that our legal system treats children differently. and Mr. Smith has just talked about as part of his closing. They are immature. They're not fully developed. Their characters can be changed, molded, and mangled by whatever force grabs onto them when it's not filled with the proper things. Colt Gray's life was not filled with the proper things. His parents didn't give him any stability. His parents didn't give him any of his needs. His parents didn't give him proper medical care. And most importantly, they did not give him proper psychological and mental health care. When they saw him deteriorating, when they saw him drawing into himself, when they saw him disappearing into his room, what did they do? They spent their time in their own worlds, on drugs, buying guns, and splitting up and coming back together and splitting up and changing schools and giving absolutely no stability. Children, in the best of circumstances, need stability. Children who have special needs, by nature, need even more stability, more predictability, not less. Colt got less. Colt had issues that his grandmother was willing or able to identify when he was young that the parents didn't do anything about. Colt got less stability than he needed, which made him even more vulnerable. As we look at how we sentence somebody, and we're not taking the position that he didn't do something wrong and heinous and horrible, that has to be admitted, and he's admitted that. And he's come forward to it. He could have had a trial.
I've tried it in abandoned building.
My own category.
He spared the community the trial by stepping up to do a plea, to admit his guilt.
Fame or notoriety.
He admitted his guilt that day on 2 occasions. Now, there may be some conversation as to whether it was every fact that he put in those interviews was honest fact or not honest fact, or changed or manipulated. He was traumatized before he did the shooting, traumatized by his own actions, and the trauma continued after the shooting when he finally realized what he did. Yes, he had some bits of clarity, but that is driven not by evil intent, but by a desire to be accepted. And that has been the whole drive of what he's done in the TCC community. If we look at Dr. Richards' report, on his recommendation, the factors that we need to consider, which come out of Miller versus Alabama, on how we sentence children who have done bad things, we have to look at his maturity level. These situations that they're citing to happened when he was 11, 12, and 13. And everyone that has dealt with any child knows that 11, 12, and 13, they don't have any good sense, especially boys, when they're coming into that age range. Anything that's a risk is something that's worth doing. But when you're left isolated, when you're left with no moral grounding, when you're left with no proper parental figure, you search for it somewhere else. You search for a model. You search for a hero. You search for a community that is accepting to you. That's where the vulnerability part comes in. He jumped onto a community that he could get accepted in and started reflecting. They call it mimicking. He's reflecting the behaviors of the people he's reading online. It's not that he's mimicking shooters. He's reflecting the behaviors of the community that seems to be willing to accept him, but his own parents won't. Or his own parents won't even give him the minimum that he needs to think of himself as being worthy. Yeah, he may not have been hearing the voices, but certainly he had and reflected ideations of wanting to end himself, but not. A level of self-hate that I can't begin to imagine. But that is the world that he was trying to cure by filling in with the world of the TCC and reflecting the same kinds of things that they were talking about. Well, I understand that the victims have lost a great deal in this. But Colt has not really lost because he didn't have. He didn't have those supports in his family, and he didn't have the help that he needed. His parents were obviously totally abject failures. But when we're looking again at somebody who was 11, 12, and 13 when they were trying to fill a hole, we can't say that from this day forward they will never be right again, because the law gives us some room to have that discretion. The law tells us we have to consider these factors of immaturity, vulnerability, and the potential of redemption, sometimes referred to in the law as incorrigibility. He is not irretrievably broken. That's been demonstrated by what he has done in DJJ. That's been demonstrated by the conversations and the development we've heard from both Ms. Gross and from Ms. Polhamus as to how he has changed when he finally got what he needed, which nobody had given him until this event. The idea of Easter eggs, you would have to assume a level of maturity of a 12 to a 13-year-old to be able to plan that out and to think that through. And we also need to look at the dynamic of Marcy and Colt in those conversations. Because a few months before that, Marcy had threatened to kill him. And now he's having a conversation where his mother is actually engaging with him, not threatening him. We've heard about from Ms. Gross again, the defects cases where his mother had abused him, and his mother got drunk around him, or high, or whatever drug of choice she had at the time. And now she's in a conversation with her where she's laughing with him. It's not him encouraging her to do something bad. It's trying to hang on to something that he didn't have without these horrible events. Judge, this is a hard decision because so many folks have been injured in ways that are indescribable. We've heard them, the families, testify to the impact on their lives. But that impact does not overweigh the court's responsibility to look at the factors in Miller and to understand that Colt was at an extremely vulnerable time in his life when he didn't get what he needed at a very young age. And that certainly doesn't mean that once we give him what he needs now going forward, he can't be made a productive member of society. The minimum that we understand, Judge, is life with parole. He will be given a life sentence. With parole, it gives him an opportunity of hope. Hope is an important factor in somebody becoming a different person than when they start. And if we give him life without parole, then that takes away the hope and that takes away the ability for him to change. With the help of the psychotropic drugs, with the counseling sessions, with the routine, with new structure and hope, he can ultimately be a person who contributes to the society at some point. Life without parole, Judge, I personally think as a policy matter is too harsh for any teenager. But I understand the law doesn't look at it that way. The law gives the court the discretion. The law gives the state the chance to prove that he is not redeemable. I don't think they proved that. They proved that what he did was very bad. They proved that what he did had some planning to it. But to the degree that he is such a twisted individual that he cannot be improved, I don't buy that. I don't think they proved that. I think what we have shown is that he can improve with the right help. And we're asking this court sentence him to the minimum, one count of life with parole.
Thank you. Any last words? All right. It's almost 2:30. I obviously have a lot of thoughts that I need to put to paper and organize. Do y'all have that flash drive you referenced?
Yes, sir. Put the final PowerPoint on there.
I don't know how long it's going to take me. It often takes me longer than I think it's going to. So I would say I'll shoot for 3:40. That's an hour and 15 minutes from now. I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek. If I'm not done then, please wait longer. So 3:40 will be the goal. Thank you.
Well, that was interesting. So, 340. I'm surprised he could make that decision right there. He said, but wait a minute. You know, that's tongue in cheek, but I want y'all to know that if I don't come back at 340, don't you go nowhere. Don't you go not one place. Because I got you. I got you. I got you. We'll get this done today. So if I'm not back by 3:15, don't worry. I got you. I wonder why I wonder why he got to go back there and think about it. Oh gosh. Oh, I don't want him to go back there and think about it. I see Marcy decided she wasn't gonna show her face today. Trash lady. Wait a minute. So I am going to, while in the meantime, between time, we had already listened to the granny statement. Let me get up the mama statement while the judge is back there deciding on, I don't even know what, I guess maybe he's trying to write it real fancy. Maybe he's trying to write the life without parole real fancy for us. Shout out to him. Let me see. Because we stopped in the middle of her testimony. I'm surprised Grandma came back. I don't think she had anything to offer either. Quiet as kept to me, but whatever. She came back. Where is this mama statement? Yeah, his mom, man. I just got finished. Kind of, doing her testimony, her clip of her testimony to put on the site just in case, not her testimony, but them jail calls, and man, if she don't go have several seats in the corner, yeah, I would like to see her testimony, and I do want to see the sister's testimony, because the sister got up there and was like, I don't want no parts of none of them. I don't want to even know them. Who are them people? Who you say they are again? I don't know them people no more. Yeah, my dad tried to get me to lie, but I need you to know I don't know none of them people no more. I don't deal with them. No, I want them to go to jail because I want to move on with my new family. It's basically what she said when she was in there. When she got to the stand. Let me see. I'm just trying to see what video we were watching. Okay, no, this is not her. Yeah, I just think that all of them need to be in a jail. And especially that mama. I can't believe she was on them calls encouraging that. That she didn't even have enough brains to even try to save her son just a little bit, even after he went to jail. Because she knew they was going to be taping the calls, and she knows that even if he doesn't know that. I know when she came in, it was like in the morning time. Let me see if this is her. No, that's the grandma. I don't know why it's not pulling it up. Coates and Marcy's testimony. Oh, okay. Let me see. Okay. You say, Gavin say, look, we don't want this to be overturned. Judge got to take his time. All right, well, we're going to let the judge take his time. So this is going to be the testimony with the, his mom. I'm just going to kind of start it at the beginning. I'm hoping that we can get finished with it, but we won't get finished with it. I can tell you, I don't even know. I'm not even hoping. We're not going to get finished with it. That's what I can tell you. But regardless of the fact, we can still kind of look at some of her testimony in regards to Colt and what she tried to do. So let me get that pulled up. Just to kind of get us more upset. Because that's all it did for me. It's just get me more upset. Because just more upset. Let me update this for us. I'm gonna make it smaller. Don't worry, I ain't gonna make it take up the whole thing. I'm not gonna let it take up the whole thing. Okay. Just so when people come in, they can know what we watching. Shout out. Let me see. I know I can see it coming in the thing. Hey, Miss K. Miss Keisha done received a gifted membership. Oh, Susie up here making it rain. I'm like, somebody is giving gifted memberships. I see it out here. I just can't see it on the thing. Thank you so much, Susie, for those gifted memberships. Appreciate it. If you're on a replay crew or you just coming in and say thank you for the gifted membership that Susie has provided to you and turned you go. Ring. All right, here we go, guys. Thank you so much. She said, get down some zingers. I cannot deal with you. My poor judge. He's so sick of them. Here we go, guys.
That you were married to Colt Gray. Can you point him out and identify him by a piece of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing the light blue sweater and blue tie.
Okay. Please let the record reflect that Ms. Gray has identified the defendant. So what are you doing right now?
Right now I live in South Georgia, and I work in an industrial food processing plant. I work for the quality department there, and that's about it.
Okay. And do you currently have custody? You mentioned that you have 3 children. Do you currently have custody of any of them?
I do not.
Okay. And when did you get married to Colt Gray?
In 2007.
And does he have a nickname?
Coley. 2009. I got married in 2009. Sorry.
Okay. Are you a little bit nervous?
A lot nervous.
Okay. So you got married in 2009, and who was your first child?
Colt.
And when is his birthday?
He was born on January 14th, 2010.
Okay. And then what about who was your next child?
Jenny was born a little more than a year later, June 6th, 2011.
And then what about your last child?
Coley was born in 2016, and he was born on April 3rd.
Okay. And kind of just to summarize, so in like September of 2024, would Colt have been 14?
Yes.
Okay. And then would Jenny have been 13?
Yes.
And then Coley would have been 8?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so does Coley have a nickname, since his name is the same as?
I have a mama baby nicknames for him, but in general he goes by Coley.
Okay. Did he go by Coley Jr. or?
Sometimes, maybe within our immediate family, but anyone else called him Coley.
And then are you and the defendant currently separated?
Yes.
Okay.
Legally there's no documentation, but physically we're separated.
Okay. And then where were you living when Colt was born?
When Colt was born, we were living in Barrow County. We were actually living in Winder in a house that I had purchased before I met Colin. He was born at St. Mary's in Athens. And we continued living in my house until Jenny was born. And when she was about 6 weeks old, we moved to our next house, which was in Statham.
And did y'all stay in Statham for a fairly long time?
Yes, we did.
How long did y'all stay there?
Till 2018.
So I want you to kind of just summarize for us where y'all moved after then, up until y'all moved to Jackson County.
Okay. There was a lot. So we sold our farm in Statham in 2018. We moved into a rental home in Gainesville. We were there, and each of these rental homes that we were in less than a year, many of them less than 6 months.
So we moved to a rental home in Gainesville. It was on Lake Lanier. A couple of months later, we moved from that rental home into a second rental home. It was in Cumming, Georgia. We were there for, like I said, less than a year. At that point, in 2020, right at the beginning of 2020 is when we moved to Ben Hill County. That was during COVID. We were there for right at a year, at which point we moved back up to Jackson County. And the first place that we lived at was Traditions. We were there for, again, it was less than a year, maybe it was close to a year. After we left there, we actually moved into a rental Airbnb. That because it was a sudden move, we had to find somewhere to live really quick. That was in Lawrenceville. We were there for maybe 2 months, and then we moved to a second Airbnb that was up in, I think technically it was Pendergrass was the address. And after that, we were there for maybe a month. At that point, we ended up at the house where Colin and Colt lived after me and the two younger children moved back to Fitzgerald.
Okay. And I will kind of get back into some of the dates as we go through. But you mentioned that you moved to Ben Hill around COVID, so that would have been March of 2020?
We moved in January of 2020 because I started a new job at like the first or second week of January.
Okay. And at that time, were you working, and what was the defendant doing?
Colin was just staying home.
Okay. And while y'all were, I guess let's kind of talk about where is Ben Hill and why y'all moved there.
Okay, so Ben Hill is where I was born and raised. It is about 3.5, 4 hours south of Atlanta, directly south down I-75. It's a fairly rural town. My mom was also born and raised in Fitzgerald, Ben Hill County. So the first time that we ended up going to Ben Hill County during COVID, we moved because, for one, we were having financial issues. Hence, while we were moving, we had to move several times. And then also, Colin was having issues with his back. So we wanted to move to hopefully get some support from my family. And we moved into my late grandmother's home. When my mom's mom passed away, she left her home to all of us grandkids to use as we saw fit. So we were going to move because we wouldn't have a mortgage and we could try to save some money and get back on the right path. And that would also allow Colin to get his back healed, so he wouldn't have to work.
So y'all moved to Ben Hill right before COVID. I want to fast forward to Colt's 6th grade year, which would have been the fall of 2021.
Okay.
At that time, were they still doing digital learning for a period of time?
Yes.
Was Colt attending classes from home in September of 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, all three of them were.
Around September 10th of 2021, did the school contact you about something Colt had done while doing digital learning?
Yes, they did.
And how did they contact you?
The school counselor, she called me on the phone and said that basically she wanted to give me a heads up that they were sending some resource officers to the house. She told me basically what it was in regards to, and that they wanted to talk to me or Colt's dad, and they wanted to speak with Colt as well.
Okay. And when the school resource officers arrived at your house, what did you learn about what Colt had done?
Well, they basically reiterated what the guidance counselor had already told me on the phone, which was that Colt had basically found a way around the school's firewall and security software so that he could get on the internet and basically look up whatever he wanted to look up. And then they told me that he had researched, he had typed into the search bar how to kill my dad.
Okay. And at that time, did you tell the defendant about that search?
No.
Did you later tell him?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember around when you told him?
Not really, but it was several months later.
Did the Department of Family and Child Services become involved with your family around that same time of that search? I guess within a couple of months of that.
I think so. We moved not long after that is when we relocated back up to Traditions.
Okay. Before y'all relocated to Traditions, do you remember someone making an anonymous report to defects?
Yes.
And was it related to you slapping Colt?
Yes.
At that point, did defects start doing some home visits with y'all?
They did. They did the home visits, and then at that time they wanted to do counseling, some type of counseling, and they ended up having a guy come to the house to do the counseling. And he kind of put us on a rotating schedule. Each week he would come, and 1 week he would talk to me, next week he would talk to Colin, next week he would talk to Colt. And I think by the time we had to finish because we were moving, I think we each had met with him at least twice, okay. Me, Colin, and Colt.
So y'all moved in the middle of this counseling?
Yes.
And so after about 2 sessions, that is when y'all went to Traditions?
Yes.
Would that have been around November or October or November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
And when we moved, DFACS basically closed the open case because, well, for one, they didn't find any evidence of any sort of abuse or neglect or anything like that. And then we were also moving, so they just went ahead and closed the case out.
So you would have been outside their jurisdiction once y'all moved?
Yes.
And you mentioned Traditions. What county is that in?
That's Jackson.
Do you remember what school the kids were in when y'all moved to Traditions?
They were in, I think they were in, Jackson Middle School, I think.
Jackson. West Jackson?
West Jackson, yes. Okay. It was about a mile from our house, so.
And so Colt would have still been in 6th grade when y'all moved. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you had to make a quick move from Traditions. And that would that have been around August of 2022?
That sounds about right, yeah.
And why was it a quick move?
We got evicted.
And is that when y'all went to a few Airbnbs like you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then eventually you moved to Jefferson sometime kind of in that fall of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the kids start going to school then?
Oh gosh. It was, I want to say it was, I don't want to say the wrong thing.
And does Jefferson City Schools sound familiar?
Yes, absolutely. That was it.
Okay.
Well, we were excited because Jefferson schools are known to be really, really good schools.
At that point, sometime around Halloween of 2022, was another defects report made.
Mm-hmm.
And what was that
Yes.
report about?
That report was, again, ended up being completely unfounded. And one of our neighbors had reported general neglect of our kids. She said that they were being sent to school dirty, they weren't being fed. I think she made claims that I was sitting in my car drinking alcohol, something alcohol related. And I think there were a couple of other things that she claimed as well.
When that defects report was made, did you move?
Did I move?
Yeah, eventually, or within a couple weeks of that, did you move?
Well, me and Jenny and Coley left and moved in November of 2022.
And where did the defendant and Colt stay?
They stayed there at the same house.
Why did Colt stay with the defendant?
I think in general he had his room and everything, his computer and all that set up how he wanted it in his bedroom, and that was kind of his safe place. And I think a big part of it was he didn't want the change. He wanted to keep everything in his room the way it was. He didn't really give a concrete reason as to, hey, I don't want to go to Fitzgerald, I want to stay here. It just kind of went that way.
When you and Coley and Jenny moved down to Ben Hill, did Colt have a phone?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to have contact with him while you were living in Fitzgerald or Ben Hill?
For the most part, no. I was not able to have much contact with him at all.
And did you have much contact with the defendant at that time?
It varied, but in general, not really, other than texts. And there were a couple times where I tried to facilitate him visiting his younger son. His daughter at the time didn't want to have anything to do with.
Objection. This is getting into hearsay, and it's not relevant.
We'll move on.
All right, just saying.
So, at any point did he, or how often did he visit you in Fitzgerald, or did you visit Colt and the defendant in Jefferson in that time frame where they were living alone?
I think Colin visited us in Fitzgerald twice, and I drove Coley up to visit them maybe 3 or 4 times. It was right towards the end.
While Colt was going to Jefferson Middle School for the 7th grade year, were you aware of any of the issues he was having at the middle school?
At some point, I was made aware of them. At the time that they took place, I was generally not aware of anything that was going on.
And then, were you aware that Jackson County Sheriff's Office came out to the defendant's residence and wanted to talk to Colt about threatening to shoot up a school?
I had no idea that that happened until it came out in the media a year ago.
So at this time, you said you weren't aware until after everything happened. At this time, I'm going to display a text message from State Exhibit 150. Which is your cell phone extraction, and it's from September 5th of 2024. Can we do the first one?
What was the exhibit number?
It's 159. Marcy's cell phone extraction. So on September 5th, you said, "What the heck is this? I keep reading that the FBI investigated Colt last May about making online threats about a school shooting. It says they talked to you too." Is that the text message you sent to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and then he responded, "I told you about that, and so did he. Someone in a chat room said it, not Colt. I had no idea what the chat room even was. More importantly, why do you have an open warrant?" Was that his response?
Yes, that was his response.
Okay, and had either of them told you about it?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward to August of 2023, a couple of months after the May incident with Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Did Colt move back in with you in Ben Hill?
Yeah, when was the month you said?
I have August of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was it just Colt or the defendant come too?
I met the defendant off of I-75 to pick up Colt.
Okay. And why did he come and live with you?
Because, well, he had called several times leading up to that, wanting to come and live with me because he said he just couldn't.
Objection is the hearsay.
It goes to explain why he was moving to live with her. It goes to explain conduct and not for the truth of the matter asserted, not to explain. I don't know exactly what she's going to say, but I assume she's going to explain why Colt wanted to move and also why the defendant allowed it to happen. Of course, if it's the defendant's statement, then it would be admissible.
Do you remember?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just step out.
Been telling me over the phone that he couldn't take living with his dad anymore. They were constantly getting into physical altercations. That, you know, it was, a constant screaming battle between the two of them. And he was basically trapped there at that house because nobody else was ever involved with him up there. So he basically was saying he was at his breaking point.
Did you have any discussions with the defendant about him moving?
No, other than, can you meet me halfway?
All right, so based on that response, I'm inclined to sustain the hearsay objection. I mean, that's, it's being offered to prove what's going on between Colt and his dad. And I realize the line often blurs what's, this explained conduct is, we can't drive a bus through it all the time. So the line blurs on, is it for the truth of the matter asserted or for some other purpose? To me, this one falls more on the side of for the truth of the matter asserted, so I'm inclined to sustain the objection.
I just like you to do that in front of the jury so they know why she isn't answering the question.
That it's sustained?
Yep.
Sure. Do we need, is there a next question that we need to ferret out or no?
Well, I mean, did he bring him to meet you?
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah.
All right, bring him back.
One in the restroom.
Okay. So understand as you like.
You're ready, sir.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, to the last question, there was a hearsay objection. I'm sustaining that objection. Let the state ask his next question.
So did the defendant meet you somewhere so that you could pick up Colt?
Yes, we met. I started driving north on 75 and he was driving south, and we were just going to meet wherever we met. I don't remember what exit it was, but we got off and Colt had not packed really anything. He had just gotten in the truck. He brought his guitar, and so we we met in a random parking lot. It was just kind of an abandoned plot of land. And I said, "You didn't bring any clothes?" And he said, "No." I said, "That's
hearsay.
Are you referring to, who is he? Is it Colt or the defendant? Okay.
Colt."
So Colt didn't bring any clothes, and then what happened?
I told him, "Just get in the car."
The fact that he didn't bring clothes, or?
It's a statement objection because he is making a statement regarding what he did or didn't do. It sounds like the statement is going to prove the truth of parental fitness one way or another.
I mean, Marcy can testify to what she observed that day. She observed that he didn't bring any clothes. She observed what the defendant did next. I think she can testify to that because it goes specifically to parental fitness and what their interactions are and what the defendant and Colt are doing. I mean, I think that's relevant to this whole case. What she observed.
There's no issue with her testifying what she observed.
And that's not what I'm objecting to.
No suitcases, no clothes, whatever.
Right. I'm objecting to when she asked Colt, "Why do you not have?" and then getting into his answer, which would be hearsay because he's not here to testify.
Which was not my question. I said Colt didn't bring any clothes. Then what happened? Then what did you, like, I didn't ask her what Colt said. So
maybe if the answer to the question is going to be revealing what Colt said, do not do that. If you had an observation of what he did or didn't have with him, you're free to testify about it.
Okay.
So just, you observed he didn't have anything with him.
Yes.
Except for his guitar.
Yes.
Then what happened?
So I told him to get in the car. I would buy some new clothes for him, underwear, whatever. And I just instructed him to get in the car. I needed to get his guitar, and Colin threw it across the parking lot. He was very aggressive towards Colt. And again, I told Colt, "Just get in the car, please. Please, just get in the car, let's go." So I went and got his guitar, put it in the car, and we left.
When y'all got to Ben Hill, was Colt supposed to be in the 8th grade?
Yes.
Okay. And did you enroll him in school that August?
So he was only with me for about a month. When I picked him up, I told he wanted to try online school. And so I started the process of enrolling him in online school. His sister then she wanted to do online school too. She was already enrolled in attending school in Ben Hill County with her little brother. But I started enrolling her as well. Again, Colt was only with me for about a month, so he never got the opportunity to start the online school.
What was Colt's behavior like in Ben Hill?
Colt's behavior was alarming. It was very different from the Colt that I remembered, that I had left with his dad when we left in 2022. He had a lot of anger inside, and he was very aggressive and unpredictable. So much so that I ended up relocating his little sister across town to my parents' house because I didn't want to leave her there alone with him. And then his little brother basically just never left my side. I just had, he was with me wherever I went when he wasn't in school. But Colt, he damaged a lot of things while he was there. Again, he was just you could tell that he had a lot of anger and just yuck inside of him.
You said he damaged a lot of stuff. What kind of stuff did he damage?
All of the flat screen TVs that I had in the house. He broke several windows. He would take knives and make cuts on different things like walls and the leather in my car, the leather seats, just kind of like random damage. He wrote on a bunch of stuff, walls and that sort of thing.
And on October 3rd, did your dad actually contact the police because of something Colt had damaged?
Yes.
What had he damaged on October 3rd?
I think that was when he broke, the first time he broke a window. He had broken a window because from slamming the door really, really hard. It's an old house, and so the windows are old. And if you're not careful, you just slam the door hard enough and it'll shatter a window. And I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And then once that happened, I kept fixing it by basically taping it up and putting a piece of cardboard over it until we could get someone to come and professionally fix the window. And he kept punching through the cardboard. As soon as I'd fix it, he'd punch through it again. And I think it was the window was the actual reason why he called the police that one day.
And did the defendant come and get, or did Colt go and live with the defendant immediately after that?
Immediately after the second time, so my dad actually called the police twice, or went by to see the police twice. The second time, they came, and each time they came, I would basically ask them, please don't take him to jail. You know, I don't want anything on his record. Can you just talk to him? Which they did. They actually offered to stand there and supervise while I spanked him or like physical punishment. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. He was bigger than I was at the time. I just want y'all to talk to him and, you know, just hopefully talk some sense into him. Well, after the second time it happened, he immediately got on the cell phone with his dad.
And just related to what the defendant said, not what Colt said.
Yep. He had the phone on speakerphone, so I could hear, because I didn't have my phone at that point. I'm not sure where it was, but I said, let me talk to your dad. And so he didn't want to give me his phone, so he put it on speakerphone so I could speak to Colin on speakerphone on Colt's phone. And, you know, I had not been communicating with Colin at all. Since he dropped Colt off, communication basically was non-existent. So he didn't know anything about what Colt had been doing or, you know, his behavior. And I immediately started trying to explain to Colin what had been going on, and I couldn't get any words in edgewise before he immediately wanted to say, well, why are you doing this to our son? Why are you calling the police on our son? Why would you do this? And it took him, you know, less than 5 minutes to have Colt convinced that I was the one calling the police. I was trying to get him sent, you know, to juvenile detention, and once he had him convinced of that, Colt refused to talk to me. He just wanted to go back with his dad.
And when did he leave?
I think he left like the next day after that second time the police were called.
While you were in Ben Hill County with Colt, had you scheduled some counseling for him?
Yes.
Is that at the
Healing Connections.
Okay.
Was the place, but he never made it because he went back with his dad.
So his first counseling session supposed to take place after he left?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Coley Jr. and Jenny stay with you in Ben Hill at that point?
Yes, at that point, yes, they did.
When the defendant took Colt home or met, I guess, or met you or your mom halfway, where did they go to live at that point?
They were still living at that same house.
In Bear County?
Yeah. Okay. Or no. Yeah, they were at the Barrow County house.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
We are in October of 2023.
Yes, they were definitely in Barrow County.
And so again, Colt should have been in the 8th grade. Did the defendant enroll him in the 8th grade in Barrow County?
No.
Did he attend any schools in the 8th grade?
No.
Now, when Colt went back to Barrow County and you were still in Ben Hill with Coley and Jenny, did you still have an open defects case?
Yes. My case manager had told me that the next time she saw me, she was going to close the case, because over the prior year, I had been doing everything they wanted me to do. I had, they were drug testing me the whole year long, hair follicle, urine tests, and I had been doing everything I was supposed to do.
What happened at that next visit where they were supposed to close the case?
So instead of closing the case, they gave me, someone had called and made an anonymous report, and they drug tested me.
And did you pass or fail that test?
I failed that test.
When you failed the drug test, what happened?
When I failed the drug test, I guess it's the Saturday after my case manager got the results. She showed up. Actually, me and Jenny and Coley were spending the night at my parents' house, because my parents at that point in time had gone on a trip to Virginia. And we would do that a lot, just spend the night at my parents' house, because it was just kind of a fun thing to get out of the house, our house. And so we were there, and my case manager, Tamika Mitchum, showed up at their front door with Colin and Colt to basically tell me I had failed the drug test, and she was sending Jenny and Coley to live with their dad. And
at that point, did you have custody of any of your children?
Well, it wasn't a custody case at that time. They were just physically going to stay with their dad. It had not gone to the phase of addressing custody, with a judge or anything like that.
I guess none of them were living with you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did the defendant have kind of authority over them at that point?
Yes.
And were they all living in Barrow County at the Harrison Mill address?
Yes.
After you failed that drug test, did things go downhill for you?
Big time.
Tell us what happened.
Well, after the initial devastation of having them taken and sent with their dad, I, for one, was faced with the reality that Jenny and Coley were now living in the house with their dad, where things were horrific, and there was nothing I could do about it. So I started trying to reach out to Colin to set up visitations, because the case manager said that I was entitled to have as many supervised visitations.
Object to the hearsay as to what the case manager told her.
I think I understand your latest sustaining of the objection about hearsay related to explain conduct, but this is squarely within that. She is trying to set up visitation because she was told she was allowed to have visitation. So I do believe that fits within that exception.
I believe our harm is also very low, where the caseworker already testified to that fact.
I don't think the caseworker testified exactly to what she is saying.
I believe she testified that she was allowed to have visitation, so I think
she testified that visitation was up to the defendant, not that she had an absolute right to visitation. Visitation was at the right of the defendant.
I believe you're correct. Was she saying something different just then?
Yes.
I think we're splitting hairs. She wasn't prevented from seeing her children. So she could have visitation. She was allowed to have visitation. If it's up to the defendant, she's calling him to try to set that up. That's exactly what she's testifying to. Trying to act like she's saying something completely different is just not true. She is saying she's calling the defendant to set up the visitation because she was allowed to, and he is the one who has custody, so she has to go through him.
And this bitch testified that she was not entitled to visitation. Any visitation was to be done through the defendant based on his determination. Not that she had an absolute right to visitation.
That is a misinterpretation of what Ms. Mission testified to. She did not say she was not entitled to visitation. That is not what happened.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to remember what the defects worker, case manager testified to. I'm going to let the witness go ahead and answer.
So, I mean, I can rephrase.
No, he's overruled the objection. So,
okay.
You were, I guess, where we're at.
There was no restrictions to me having visitation or seeing my children other than it needed to be supervised. She did say that I needed to schedule it with Colin. So I started reaching out immediately because, I wanted to see them as much as humanly possible. And it immediately became apparent, which I knew it would, that he was not going to communicate with me whatsoever. He had blocked my phone number, and I know that because I checked it the next time I saw him and had access to his phone. He basically refused to not only not let me see or speak to my kids, but he refused to speak to me himself. So my children were living somewhere where I knew was a nightmare for them, and now I can't get any sort of updates or any sort of contact with them. I tried to get my mother to reach out. She was met with the same obstacles. I reached out to Tamika, the case manager, asked her for her help, and the only thing she offered was transportation to see the kids. I told her, I don't need transportation. I need someone to facilitate some sort of communication between me and their father. and it just never happened. I couldn't get any help from anyone. At one point later in the month, I called in a wellness check with Barrow County just so I could have someone put their eyes on my children to make sure that they were still alive. And I also knew that they had still, none of them had been enrolled in school, so I couldn't verify through school that they were still breathing. And so then, you know, I never did end up getting any kind of communication or updates or anything like that.
And what did that do to your mental health?
I basically had a complete nervous mental breakdown. I think as any good mother would. You know, my kids were and still are my entire world. And to go from being in constant contact with my two younger children, for sure, to nothing. You know, I felt like they had been kidnapped almost. I was just devastated. I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping. I mean, I was desperate. Desperation is a good word for what I was feeling.
What did you do after that?
So that led to, it was right after Halloween. I basically decided that I was going to drive to Barrow County and just physically go and knock on the door and say, "What are you doing to me, to our kids? Can I just see them?" And so I was not in my right mind at the time. But I went to my mother's house and I told her that what I was going to do, and I wanted her to go with me. You know, just to be another person, you know, to be there to observe what takes place, and to be there, you know, to support or take the kids, you know, to McDonald's or something if I needed to talk things out with Colin, just to be there in general. And she knew that I was not in my right mind, and so she said, "No, I'm not driving you to Wander. I'm not going with you," which I had not expected. I never thought in a million years that she would say, "No, I'm not going with you." And so I then was in a situation where I still am going. I'm still going to go. But now my mom knows I'm going, and I wasn't going to, you know, drag her and force her into the car or anything. But I knew she would call Colin the second I left the house. And, you know, then I'd never see the kids. It would be a wasted trip. So, in my messed up mind, somehow I decided that, well, I'll just tape you to a chair, and then I'll have a friend of mine come over later to let you loose as soon as I have had time to make it to Wander and, you know, see the kids. This is obviously completely irrational and inexcusable behavior. But again, I was not in a rationally thinking state of mind at that point. So that's what I did, and drove to Winder. I actually got there on Friday, but it was late. It was dark, and I didn't want to go knocking on the door, late at night, and it, be made out to look like, oh, your mom's, banging on the door at all times of the night. So, anyways, I slept in my car basically Friday night with the intention of going to talk to him Saturday morning, which is what I did. I tried knocking on the door first, and nobody was coming. It was kind of early, especially for a Saturday. But I'd been there before, so I knew which bedroom was his. So I walked around to his bedroom window, and it was open. He sleeps with his bedroom window open a lot.
And are you referring to Colin?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
And so, but I didn't want to scare him, so I just kind of tapped on the window. And it was dark, looking from outside into the bedroom, but I could kind of see, the outline, and I could see that he sat up in bed. And I kind of knocked again because he didn't say anything, and he said, "Who is that?" And I said, "Coley, you know who this is? I'm your wife. I would like to see or talk to our kids, please." And then I saw little Coley jump up, excited because I was at the house, and he immediately tried to take off running because he wanted to come out and see me, and his dad told him, "No, stay right where you're at." And so I said, "You've blocked me from your life for the last month, and that's not fair. I would never do that to you. I'd like to see the kids." And he said, "You can't, this is not right. You can't do it this way. You have to call and set up a time, and I'm calling the police. Get off my property. I'm calling the police if you don't leave right now." And I immediately started crying, and I said, "Please don't do this. I've been trying to contact you for a month. You know that, and you know what you're doing, and it's not fair. It's not right to me or our kids." And but he didn't care. So he said, "Get off my property or I'm calling the police." And I knew he would, so I turned around and left. And I drove just down the street to the Dollar General and just sat there, just boohooing, not knowing what to do next, because I didn't want to make any kind of scene or anything with the kids there. Not that I would make a scene anyway, but I didn't want to give him the opportunity to make it look like I was acting crazy or anything. So,
okay, the judge is back. We have a decision that is about to be handed down. So let me get that up for us so we can watch live. Yeah, didn't work my judge's nerves, and now he got to deal with the daddy. I think you said the 29th. He gonna take a day off. I think Gabbard said he gonna take a day off, but then we got to deal with him. We got to deal with the daddy coming up too. Okay, let's listen in.
present. Never before have I had to sentence a 16-year-old. Certainly for something someone did when they were 14 years of age. Those who appear regularly in front of me have often heard me lament about the difficulty in sending a young person to prison. And here, as everyone understands, the minimum sentence is life with parole. Now, the appellate courts have said that children are constitutionally different from adults for purposes of sentencing. That stems from an understanding that juveniles aren't fully formed cognitively. Hallmark features of a juvenile include immaturity, impulsivity, recklessness, and a failure to appreciate risk and consequences. And because of these factors, the Supreme Court says that the Eighth Amendment prohibits the death penalty for juveniles. The Supreme Court also disfavors life without parole for juveniles, declaring it to be a constitutionally forbidden, disproportionate sentence in all but the rarest of cases. Life without parole is thus authorized only for youthful crimes reflecting permanent incorrigibility. Life without parole is barred for crimes that are born out of a transient immaturity of youth. Now, I recognize that with your guilty plea, you've assumed responsibility for your crimes. You have made a lengthy and public trial unnecessary. I also recognize that you were failed by each of your parents. You were failed by your extended family. To a certain extent, you've been failed by a society that can't stop propagating this misguided value in online cultures and social media, rather than making genuine interpersonal connections and relationships. But that failure does not absolve you from who you chose to idolize, worship, and become. 4 lives were stolen, 2 of them really just beginning, and it wasn't done out of fear or anger. You weren't being bullied at Apalachee. It wasn't done out of hatred. You didn't even know anyone at that school. It was done for the infamy of it. Now, your childhood instability and neglect would explain or mitigate finding yourself in one of those problematic places that Dr. Richards testified about. But planning, fantasizing about, visualizing, and executing a school shooting don't put you in a problematic place. It puts you in an unredeemable moral wasteland. Your crimes do reflect permanent incorrigibility, and I will sentence you to life without parole for each of the malice murders that you committed. You understood the horror of what you were going to do. You studied the trials of those other shooters. You even critiqued the victim statements given in those cases, and yet you did this anyway. You wrote, "I want to make history. I want people to remember the pain I caused." And there you succeeded. The pain that you visited upon this community is unlikely to disappear in my lifetime. You do not seem to be tormented by what you did. You seem to relish following in the footsteps of the murderers you idolize. You aren't racked with guilt. You're proud of yourself. Less than a month after the tragedy, you weren't concerned with the horror you wrought, but rather with finding out which mass murderers they were comparing you to. A youth may fail to consider the harm his rash actions inflict before acting, but you did consider it. You studied that pain when you researched the trials of your profane idols. You contemplated that pain over and over. This wasn't transient immaturity. It was deliberate, contemplated evil. You were all too aware of the court outcome of those mass shootings because you studied and obsessed over them. You know that the Aurora Theater shooter received life without parole. Nicholas Cruz received life without parole. Ethan Crumley, a juvenile, received life without parole. Yet you were not dissuaded. Your plan was not hastily hatched. It was a slow boil simmering more than a year's time. You savored the thought of it, you visualized it, and you fantasized about it. You broke it down step by step in visualizing what you were going to do. The thought of mimicking these other mass murders is what brought you joy. Now, for the rest of us, there is no joy here today. There's only a measure of closure. The slain will not return to life, the injured will not forget their wounds, and a 16-year-old boy will live and die in prison. You have certain post-plea appellate rights I need to inform you of. You have a right to file a notice for a discretionary appeal within 30 days of today's date. You can have a lawyer represent you for that, but you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You have a right to file a motion to withdraw this guilty plea because it's less than 30 days before the term of court ends. You have to file that within 30 days of today's date. That would be to correct a manifest injustice. You do have a right to a court-appointed attorney for that post-plea appellate right. If you need a court-appointed attorney, you need to promptly apply for one so that one can be appointed to meet that 30-day deadline. You also have a right to file a petition for habeas corpus to challenge any legal errors in the proceeding, any violations of your constitutional rights. That is a civil proceeding for which you do not have the right to court-appointed counsel. Each of the malice murders will be life without parole, concurrent to one another. The felony murders and the related aggravated assaults for those all merge as a matter of law. Each of the aggravated batteries will be 20 years to be served in confinement consecutive to the life without parole. The aggravated assaults and the cruelty to children that do not otherwise legally merge will be 20 years concurrent to the life without parole. Is there anything else I need to address?
20 years on the aggravated battery consecutive, are they concurrent with each other?
Yes. All right. We're adjourned.
With him off the bench, that camera needs to be off.
Whoa, yeah! Courtroom packed and the cameras on. Folks all whispering won't be long. No more smirks and no more lies. Judge looked down with narrowed eyes. Bailiff waiting by the side door. Steel-toed footsteps on the courtroom floor. Whole chat buzzing like the verdict dropped, but the jury room still got them locked. L-wop-bop-bop, hear the cell doors lock. No parole boy, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-wop-bop, L-wop-bop-bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-wop-bop. That's the rhythm of the L-wop-bop. Mama crying in the second row. Defense still talking, but it's moving slow. State brought receipts and the pressure's steep. Now the whole room barely even breathes. Used to talk big for the TV lights. Now it's long breaks and uneasy nights. Funny how the swagger disappeared before a single word got clear. L-wop-bop-bop, hear the cell doors lock. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-wop-bop, L-wop-bop-bop. No appeal gonna save ya. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-wop-bop. The L-wop-bop. That's the rhythm of the L-wop-bop. Case pause, courtroom tense. Everybody waiting on the consequence. One deep hush through the parking lot to the beat of the L-wop-bop.
He definitely got the LWAP. Do you think that dad would give the LWAP? I don't know. He might have saved his dad a little bit. I think just a little bit. He might have saved his dad. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, man. I'm glad the judge pointed that out. I think that that's why the state had to bring in all that information because, yeah, you cannot just go off of what happened in Dad's trial. We didn't know, how did Colt get here? And, yeah, everything that they brought in definitely brought that to the forefront of what we just witnessed here. Yes, yeah, I don't know if Dad deserves it either. I'm kind of there too, Lon, after listening to this whole mess. Listening to him, I think that I needed to hear what, Colt had involved in this. But yeah, after listening to him, I don't know if I think that he was really like a manipulator. I do think Mom need to go to jail. Hopefully phone calls from prison does it, Limemore. Yeah. Hopefully phone calls from prison. I don't know. I think that they were so I think that in some ways, like, I see. Yeah, I see what your comment that you said. Merelda. Yeah, so I could see. I can see that too. From that end, being a standpoint, but when I was first calling for, I thought that it was just Colt. Didn't have the proper family structure or anything like that. I just think that he is an evil young man. I mean, we do have two other siblings that grew up in the same dysfunctional mess, right? And not saying that all people are the same or all siblings are the same, but oh my gosh, like he just went down instead of the road of fascination of learning how to be a math expert. He wanted to learn how to be a pew expert in schools. And I think Dad desperately wanted to build some type of relationship. Colt played on his mom and dad, so when things were not going well at his mom's house, he rushed to go to his dad's house. And Dad, for whatever reason, had some kind of spite against Marcy that he would believe the stuff that Colt was saying. Because even when she was on the stand, she said, Colt talked to him about me calling the police, and I couldn't even get 5 words out. And he had already convinced Colt that I was calling the police on him, and just turning Colt. It was just really a mess. So, yeah, so I definitely think that I don't know. And this is before we heard his stuff, because before I was like, oh, this is all Dad's fault. He knew he was a mess, but I could see where Cole was like a master manipulator. Yeah. Yeah, just terrible. Yeah, I think that too. At times, that dad was in complete denial. I think, and he also wanted to be his friend and wanted things to be okay. And it just wasn't. Yeah. Right line. Yeah. You got to call them out. You got to be careful with that stuff. Your kids, they kids, anybody kids. Like, no, you're not about to be running to my house and running to their house. But I think because he had so much spite at the time for Marcy, because remember, he wasn't even letting her come see him. So I think that he had so much spite for her at that time that, pinning the kids against each other, he played that game. Because I'm telling you, like, he should, if he knew what I knew, well, I guess if he knew what I knew now, he would have never picked Colt ass up. He should have left Colt right over there with Marcy and the granny. He should have left him right there. And he wouldn't even be have to worry about these problems. That's what he should have did. He should have left him right there. But he didn't, so. He facing these issues. So tomorrow we do have an early day, just so you guys know. I will be streaming our live stream on time. We do know that Patrick is going to be back on the stand. If you haven't had an opportunity to look at Patrick's testimony, I did clip it up and I sent it out earlier today. So he will be back on the stand. So if anybody needs to catch up with the Clancy trial, please, please, please take the time and go check out some of the videos. Put a reply in there. Let me know that you were there. And if you appreciate what you've seen, you can go ahead and hype it or share it out. That would be awesome. And what else we got going on? So I know we have another sentencing at the end of the week that I'm pretty sure most of you guys probably haven't even remembered because it didn't go to trial. We only seen a preliminary hearing and they decided that they wanted to plead guilty. I do plan on restreaming the preliminary trial that we did watch in order to get us ready for sentencing. I believe the sentencing, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be on Friday. I'll check and make sure. But so we'll take care of that too. So we'll make sure we do that. Also, do not forget about Crime Club. If you have not downloaded the Discord app, please make sure to download it and go ahead and join the. It's not the true crime like what Colt was in. It's not that kind of community. But it's kind of like a fight club, and what happens over there in Fight Club stays over there in Fight Club, just like what it stays over there in Crime Club. So we'll get the link put up in the description box for anybody who wants to go over. And yeah, we'll be back up in here tomorrow, where Patrick will get back on the stand and we'll get into some things. And I'm sure that he is all pro-defense, just so everybody knows. He is so pro-defense. He supports his ex-wife. Now, the reason why he supports his ex-wife, I guess two things can be true. I guess that cannot be the person that he married. I think that he also can believe that she had a psychotic break, but I also think that he doing it for the bag. So, Clancy. The Clancy trial, Lindsay Clancy trial that we did day 1 yesterday, and we'll be going into day 2 tomorrow. We'll be in there tomorrow. Awesome. Thank you so much, Marilda, for putting the link for the Discord. All right, guys. Well, I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me today while we watch the sentencing. Like I said, we'll be back up in court tomorrow. I'll get the notification bell out there in just 1 second. I want to say shout out to the mods, shout out to all the new members. Thanks for the gifted memberships that were gifted. I'm going to play our outro song, guys, and I will see you guys in the morning tomorrow. Oh, gosh, this is breaking down. All right. I'm tearing up stuff on my desk now. That's not a good thing.
Sweet Pete's absent, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars of control, chat showing out. This little YouTube corners where community's about. Therapists, you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. I've been a king, rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Feel free, status, but it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl should tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores Jason, nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard-lived, tries to support her with pride. Melly shows up for family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baca loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors, straight up sublime. Barbara, biggest supporter, heart kind of vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvy Hill, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. something rare, a courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. It's a family, and we couldn't ask for more.